Yeah, we're actually at that point now where every single dwarf that was born before time should be dead in about 25 years. So we don't have that much longer to go. Also, real quick shout outs to everybody who got here early. Could I get a big old round of beers for everyone who got here early? Updates for the YouTube channel. In theory, unless something really weird happens, babies will die of old age. Yeah, I don't believe I've had anybody who's born in the fort die of natural causes yet. They've died from getting slapped by other dwarves, but I don't believe I've had anybody who was born in the fort die of natural causes yet. Excuse me. But we're getting close. Anyway, so there should be news tomorrow, and hopefully we'll find out what's going on with the new version that's supposed to be dropping. If a new version drops tomorrow, okay? If a new version drops tomorrow, I will download it and mess about with it, and we'll do some like a Legends Day, basically. A bunch of World Gen and Legends, and we'll try and find a world to use for the day forts. Hey, goats. Sup, dude? So that's kind of the plan for tomorrow. If that version comes out tomorrow, it might not necessarily. So I don't know exactly, like, because we're working on Tarn time here, right? I don't know if we're even going to hear about that. We just know that as of the most recent news post on Bay 12 that there's a new version coming and it's out when it's out. So who knows? So we're just kind of waiting for that to actually happen. But we do know that there will be a Steam version news thing tomorrow. So that will go up at some point tomorrow. So if stream's late tomorrow, that's, well, I mean, I'll be editing, so you can blame that. Hopefully it won't be, though. Hopefully it won't be. What is the news for this day? I mean, nothing outside of what I just said. I'm curious to see if there's... Actually, my one big concern, actually, is I'm curious about if there will be a round of patch note or patching for this version, or if we're just going to kind of carry on right away. That's something I'm really curious to see, because currently it's just kind of there will be a new update with bug fixes. It's like, well, is there going to be bug fixes for the bug fixing update, or is it just going to be a single patch? But who knows? But Vin Sadi, it's good to see you. Hopefully, Vin, we can get you as heavily invested in a world again as you were with the community world. Because I feel like right as you were getting invested in the Dayforts world, it just like, well, we moved on. I missed that world already. I still need to back up the final save files, but hopefully we can do an even better job documenting the next one. I think that like a lot of it's just on me to have good documentation and like do a good job telling the stories from the worlds. Because that's what's cool about it, It's finding the tales. Finding the tales. Dwarf's hype. We try. We try, Diamond. We try. If anybody wants the white noise website that I'm using in the background as well, because there are some very light bird sounds and stuff, you can get it from there. It's all free, so it's all free to use and do what you want with it. They have like Twitter and stuff that you could go follow them, as well as a YouTube channel, supposedly. Hey. And that was his YouTube channel. Yeah, he's got like 10 hours of organic, pink, natural, pink noises. Yeah, he's got a lot of like 10-hour videos of white noise. Huh. I was unaware that he uploaded a shit ton of these to YouTube, but anyway, let me go back to my white noise. But yeah, no, I donated the $5 that he requested to that. So I just learned something from YouTube comments. Someone's just like, on my most recent Rift Wizard video, why don't you use auto pickups? It's the A key. Apparently, you can automatically pick up all of your pickups at the end of a map by pressing A. Because I didn't know that that was a thing. Well, you learn something every day. Not very often I learn things from YouTube comments, but today they got me. Because I didn't know that that was a thing. Interesting. All right, well, enough babble, I think. Let's get in the game. I hope that was the right world selected. I think I had the right world selected. There we go. Yep, that was the right world. All right, Longdeath. The longest death. Status. Still kind of in upkeep mode. I really want to work on this tower, but every time I start working on this tower, because it's so far away from the actual fort, it causes the dwarves kind of more stress than I'm willing to give them, I think. They like most of the really high stress periods of time are caused by working on these big construction projects. It forces them away from stuff that they like for too long, and then like 6 months later they're like just very annoyed and upset. So I don't know. We need to be careful about this. Speaking of things I need to be careful about, I'm gonna make Gold Poke into a scholar. I feel like I did that with you once before, but you really want that abstract thinking, so if I give you abstract thinking, that'll let you go be a scholar. So if anybody has any questions as to what we're doing or what we're going on, or if you want an overview of the fort, give me a shout. The current age of the fort, which I will read out in a second so that ClinoDev doesn't complain that I don't read it out at the beginning of the VODs, is year 143 late spring, which means we are -5 years old. So 138 years old, math. Fortress is now 138 years old. Year 138. There we go. Said it a few times. Current status is just try and keep dwarves that aren't happy. Help at the top of the tower? No, it's literally like the distance between, like, I might have to build a tavern up in there to give you an idea. Like, it's like a temporary lunchroom even. Like, it's very much a, no, like, it takes, like, they take so much time. Oh, shit. I need to set that marmot to be slaughtered. It takes them so much time to construct it. Like, they spend so much time up there and working on the project that they don't get their major needs filled as heavily. And, like, dwarves that need... if I had like another 70 dwarves, it wouldn't be a problem because they'd just go work on the construction project. But because we only have 42 dwarves and not all of them work on the construction all the time, it just splits the dwarves up, and the dwarves that want to be around family or the dwarves that want to socialize don't get to do that. And so it's less of a stockpile in the tower because I already have multiple stockpiles in the tower. It's less of that and more of a, oh, it literally just takes like 3 months of time to actually get the jobs that, like, to get a layer constructed on that thing. So because of that, and because it takes so long and it's so much construction time, it just splits them up for too long a period of time, and they get a lot of negative moods out of that, which is becoming an issue. And I need to be very careful because this fort kind of has a delicate balance. And if I all of a sudden lose a bunch of dwarves for one reason or another, that's going to be detrimental to the future prospects of this fortress. And I don't want to lose that, especially because, like, if I was still getting migrants, I wouldn't care as much. But I've stopped getting migrants from the mountain home, and we haven't been getting migrants for a while. So, because I think the mountain home is falling. Not even beds, no. Like... They need, like, okay, so what I could do is is what I've been doing, which is assign something to be built, suspend half of it, and only build tiny portions at a time. Because if they're building more than just a few small portions of it at a time, then what happens is They are just too far away from each other for too long. So unless I literally relocate all of the dwarves into that tower, that's not going to help. It's not, because it's a problem of it takes too long for them to complete the task to then go do other things. I don't know if that makes any sense, but it literally takes too long for them to complete it.
Crypt Metal Girl We 6 Octo Corpse Vondra 1 Von Dragagram DDEK Hales.
I was very confused by where the girl came from in that sense. I was like, Crypt Metal Girl? What? Oh, I understand now. Girl with the octopus tattoo. That's a really good Twitch username. I like that a lot. Adra, thank you very much for the 39th month. Chat, you know what to do. You just did it. Can I get another round of beers? But for Adra the Metal Outlaw. Keeping that subscription alive for too fucking long. Thanks for continuing to watch the stream and for continuing to come by month in and month out. I'm very disappointed with my local metal venue, Adra. They announced that they were gonna they have an online merch store, which they do, but they're not the most technologically savvy. You want to know how how not technologically savvy this local metal venue is? Well, if you want to order a shirt with the name of the venue on it, or a hat, let's just say, or a mask. I was thinking about ordering just a t-shirt that just has the name of the venue on the back, just to support them, right? No, it's totally legitimate brainstorming. I was just trying to explain, like, why I don't think that will work particularly well. In order to order something from them, I have to send them an email with the item that I want in it, and then they will send me an email where I can PayPal them money or send them an e-transfer. They're that old fat. They don't. For the drawbridge, the 1-minute tutorials that I do are literally me just answering questions for people live on this stream, and then I highlight them later and edit them. But I'm glad it was helpful. Because people have been bugging me to make tutorials forever, and making proper edited tutorials is extremely time consuming, very boring, and like a whole lot of work. And I've just kind of always said, nah, I don't do tutorials, but enough people pestered me and I eventually kind of caved, so now I'm doing this. Hey Freskins, how we doing? It's good to see you. Yeah, right? Also, then they don't ship them. You have to go pick it up, Adra. That's the best part, is you have to go there to pick it up. So at that point, it's like, well, why don't I just, like, go there and buy a shirt? They're like, shipping options are available, but only by request. It's like, come on, guys. Come on. Why is bot broken? Bot put command in when you typed an exclamation point Dayfort. I'm not going to make the bot work for the adjusted versions. You have to use the classic beer. It's no longer beer. It's beer with eyes. You have normal beer, so just use normal beer. You want to give back to this community? You think you're going to try making some Dwarf Fortress content? I mean, if you want to give back to the Dwarf Fortress community and you want to try making Dwarf Fortress content, just stream. And, like, people look at me like I'm crazy when I say that. But here's why I say this, right? Even if like, streaming isn't necessarily your thing. You don't need a microphone to stream. Just no cam, no mic. Maybe put some music on if you want. But no cam, no mic. Just type in chat when people pop in and answer questions. Because having streams live on Twitch, even if there's like one person watching or nobody watching, is very helpful to the community. Because just having streams there, even if somebody's like, I have a question, pile in there and just ask a question. And then what you can do is you can set Twitch to save your VODs. And then when you're done streaming, just export that shit directly to YouTube. And there you go, live gameplay. Boom, done. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Just don't play music that YouTube will block. This fort is not a very good representation of Dwarf Fortress. Yeah. Although, chat, if you ask me really nicely, I'll make bot with sunglasses work. But that's a lot of emotes I'd have to add right now. These are humans I'm trading with. Well, what do I want to give you? I don't really want them ginkgo seeds. Let's just give them those. Anything that's really close? You know what? You can just take all the gems, actually. But yeah, no, if you need help with anything or if you have questions, just shout at me. So, not the armor bins. I hear a cuckoo bird in my white noise. "23 minutes of completely black screen." It's not that hard to set up a stream, though. Already thinking about how you're going to design your next fort? Welcome to Dwarf Fortress. If you're already thinking about what you're going to do with your next fort, welcome to DF. Ow. Sudden random headache out of nowhere. Also, which one was TwitchCon 2017? Was that LA? I think that was LA, right? Everything looked okay, but in OBS it didn't work. Hey, Bastet's giving birth to a boy. Yay. Yeah, it was LA. Yeah. That was the year that my moderator King picked me up. That was a fun year. Good memories from that year. We have ourselves a new baby in the fortress, which is adorable. Apparently, I can't remember DF controls today. What the fuck is wrong with my brain? Can you be the child? You had a dwarf pretty recently. So is there anybody who has not been in the fort that would prefer this child, or should I give it to Touch Shriek? Because I can give it to Touch Shriek. You know what? Fuck it. Let's give it to Touch Shriek. Pilot, you've had a few dwarves. He is the son of Bastet, Clapsack, and Hazard Jeff Steak Axes. Two completely, well, not completely, relatively useless dwarves that came from another location. We can read over that in a second, Gaynard. He was born today, which makes him very young indeed. His sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is arranged in double braids, and his hair is neatly combed. His somewhat narrow ears are very flattened, and his cobalt eyes are close set. His nose is short, and his hair is a crew, and his skin is sandy taupe. We're gonna head out. Might be back later. Alrighty, Zappy. We'll see you when we see you. It was good to see you as always. Hope you've been well. He is incredibly tough and has an iron will and a sharp intellect for a baby. That's pretty impressive. Born today, after all. He is an ardent worshiper of the fuchsia and a worshiper of the fuchsia. Personally sees merrymaking as a waste. Values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior and doesn't care about fairness, but dreams of mastering his skill. Has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution. He is quite polite and can sometimes act without deliberation. He is quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this as he values friendship. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions and is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. Tries to do things correctly each time and is trusting. And he has a greedy streak, and he tends to consider what others think of him. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. And Gate Nerd, you asked about your dwarf? You're currently my messenger. You were extremely depressed at one point. You do have the appearance of somebody who's 160, so every single time spring rolls around, you could just randomly keel over of old age. You're the messenger because you were in a pretty rough state and you wanted to wander and you wanted an adventure, you wanted like excitement in your life. So I made you the adventurer, or not the adventurer, the messenger to go out and bring other dwarves back, basically. You really want some abstract thinking, which is interesting. So I could make you into a scholar at some point, like give you that for a little bit. But generally, you're doing okay. I'm surprised you didn't die that period for a bit there, because you were like purple haggard, like utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is your tragic life for a bit there. You dream of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. You find something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. You never act without prolonged deliberation, even to your own detriment and to the harm of those around you. You eschew even practical concerns for philosophical discussion, puzzles, riddles, and the world of ideas. And you find helping others to be very emotionally rewarding. You're often sad and dejected, but you can handle stress. You are trusting, and you don't particularly care about the world. You tend to consider what others think of you, and you tend to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. I'm going to read it verbatim instead of writing you. Reading you, because this is difficult. She likes to take it easy, and she likes a little excitement now and again. She's conflicted by this because she considers tranquility preferable to tumult conceptually. She is slow to anger and tries to keep things orderly, often nervous, and occasionally overindulges. Sometimes troubled by this, as she values self-control. But she is quite ambitious. Can you plant trees in this game? No, that's some elven shenanigans right there. No, you can't plant trees. It would be really nice to be able to like have like trees going along certain rows, but no, trees just naturally grow wherever. So if there's dirt, trees will grow. If there's moss or grass, trees will grow. I love how your mom braided your beard the second you were born. It's customs. No, you won't run out of trees. No, they'll just grow. Although if you cut down too many, the elves will try and kill you. Unprovoked. Like, you don't need to do anything to the elves. If you cut enough trees down, the elves will just show up with, like, their wimpy little wooden toy swords and be like, blah, we stab you to death. And then you'll be like, oh no, if you don't have an army, and die. And if you do have an army, then you'll just laugh and kill them. Or if you're like me, you stop cutting down trees before it becomes a problem and continue to trade with them because they bring delicious giant bears to eat. Tame ones, so they're super easy to butcher. Oh, shit. We have a new royal treasurer. This is a big deal, actually. Meaning the other one probably died. That is cool. I wonder what happened to the other one. We have to find out what this person looks like. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? Same as always, just bring us wood so I don't need to chop down trees. I mean, in order for the elves to invade you over tree cutting down, you need to cut down like 100 plus a year. So you're probably okay. But like if you're clear cutting the world, then you're going to have trouble. Have they brought me sunberry seeds? I haven't been keeping an eye out for seeds specifically. But no, they did bring us a breeding pair of unicorns after about 100 years though. So we have a lot of unicorn leather, unicorn horns, and unicorn hoof, and unicorn meat. It's great. Frankly, I had so many of them at one point they were starving to death because I couldn't feed them all. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craftsdwarfship. And I can skip through that. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. And where are you, Royal Treasurer? I'm going to screenshot this description for Stone. Because Stone's going to want to see that. But Stone went to bed. His hair is extremely long, and he is fat. He has a clear voice, and his brass eyes are protruding. His hair is tan with a touch of gray, and his skin is sandy taupe. His lips are slightly thick, and his ears are free-lobed. What year are we at? 143, so Fortress is 138. 138 years old. Years young, I mean. Hang in there, Dwarf. Aquasar has been a little bit depressed. This dwarf is difficult because merchants, which are requested from your local helixes, can't join the military. This dwarf is bored after being unable to fight, uneasy after being able to acquire something, which is normal. We can deal with that. Decent meals, we can deal with that. Away from family and away from friends, we're working on that. But bored after being able to practice craft, that's fine now. Problem is, wants to fight and wants to practice martial art, which is two things I can't do. 138, yeah. 138. 130 goddamn 8. Let's see if you're gonna go do scholar things. Where are you going, Goldpoke? Oh, you're waiting for the mayor to complain about things you dislike. Fitting. See my broker to get over here. Who is currently pondering daylight and seasons. Dude, I need you to go trade. Can you go trade for me? That'd be great if you could go trade for me. Instead of sitting over here and pondering daylight and seasons. Although that is cool that you're pondering daylight and seasons. I wonder what you're thinking about that. Doesn't feel anything after being away from friends. Good. Is interested after pondering daylight and seasons. You got your own DF stream going with no sound whatsoever. Great content. Cool. I mean, it's just kind of a... The more active the DF directory is, the more people that will become active, right? Like, a game that's doing really well on Twitch, if you look at the directory for it, there will be like 100 streams with one viewer, right? And that's a game that's doing well. You has me coffee? That's good. I also has me coffee. Cheers. I'm going to give you a second to clink your glass against, or cup mug thing against the screen if you want. And back. I'm kind of sad my synthesizer was supposed to arrive today, but apparently is arriving tomorrow instead. I can't wait. I'm trying to figure out how I can do live notifications. Like, whip up a pattern and then press go and then boot Mog synthesizer shit out to my audio, out to my DAC, and just so you guys can hear it. Oh, it's disgusting. I'm so sorry for that poor coffee. Why would you do such a thing? God. Someone just knocked on my door. Hold up. No, that's disgusting to me. But, you know, fair enough. I just hate whipped cream. So you know how I was saying that the synthesizer was supposed to arrive today, but is going to arrive tomorrow? Well, it just arrived. That's interesting. Canada Post's expected delivery is still set for tomorrow at the end of the day and hasn't been shipped yet, but I guess someone forgot to push a button on their end. Have I ever tried honey in coffee? As a type 1 diabetic, the concept of putting sugar in my coffee sounds like a really bad idea, because part of the reason I love coffee is the fact that it has no carbs in it. So adding carbs into coffee sounds like a bad idea to me. But back in the before times when I was able to eat sugar as much as I want, wanted, I certainly could do that. Unboxing stream? You fucking bet, sort of. Box. Or rather, I'm not gonna like just show you guys me unboxing this, but I am going to unbox it right now. Just gonna go quickly, grab a knife and cut this open.
Woo! Oh, dude, fuck yeah, dude. This is fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
Alright. Full screen cam at least. I got the main box off of it. Mostly because the main box has, Oh, they're fighting with buzzards, that's fine. The main box has my address on it, which I really don't want to flash. But, that's it. Bunch of manuals and stuff, which I'm gonna have to read later. This thing is fucking ice cold. Yeah, they've been doing that recently again. But that's it. That shit. It's kind of hard to hold with one hand. It's heavy. Power supply, I assume. Power bank. What up, fam? Not a lot, Brander. And patch cables. Poster. Connections. All right. Well, there it is. That's done. I know what I'm doing tonight. Fucking around with the synthesizer. But, yeah, there it is. So this thing is going to get pulled out of this wood grain case at some point probably and put into a modular. So I can actually do stuff with it, but I'm going to need to get some reverb for that. You joined in exactly at Fancy Synth Unboxing? Yeah, this thing's fucking big. Like, look at the size of this thing. Because this thing, it's not just like an analog synthesizer, right? It's an analog synthesizer, and it also has a full sequencer built into it, which is why I went with this, because it's got the sequencer. So I can do a lot more with this just as a standalone unit than I could with a lot of Eurorack stuff, because a lot of that stuff is like, oh, well, why do I keep hitting that button? You can't do too much with just one module or just two modules. Now I have to plug it in, right? That's the... Those dials feel real nice. I'm going to fuck around with that on Discord tonight, though. So to those of you who are up late or are in, like, time zones where you can be on Discord late at night, keep an eye on Discord, because I'm going to fuck around with that on Discord tonight, probably. By that, I mean read the manual and watch tutorials and make weird fart sounds a little bit. All right, so the problem that we have right now is the buzzards are dive bombing these poor bastards. So we need to fix that problem again. Where's my trader at? Oh, he's went to sleep. That's fine. I think actually it was Cryo that got pushed in the other direction. But yeah, so plan for today is we're going to be 50-50 working on the tower and 50-50 doing mental health. So just letting the dwarves hang out and chill and relax. Oh, hey, there's a dead buzzard in the library. And do things that dwarves need to do, and then work on the tower a little bit, and then go back to just letting them relax. It's like, I knew how big this thing was going to be, but it's a whole lot bigger once it's up on the table. Also, this is really nice wood grain. And the best part about the place that I bought that from is, oh, come on. Come on! Cryo, wake up! My merchants are leaving. Oh, this? The synthesizer? This isn't a mixer, if that's what you're talking about. This is a synthesizer. This is an analog... Here, I'll post a video of this thing functioning, so that you guys know what this thing can do. Or rather, this is 2 times this synthesizer plus something else, or plus a DFAM, which I don't have. But there you go. That's a video of the sounds that this thing can make. Ah, darn. All right, so I missed trading with both of them. It's not a mixer, which is what I was trying to imply, I guess. He's an audiophile? Oh, he... Wait, your friend is an audiophile, or you're not an audiophile? What's up, Crystal? How's things? If you're curious, you're still a child. But you feel all right. You were disgusted on being nauseated by the sun, and you were annoyed when caught in the rain, but you felt enjoyment when playing with a toy axe. You're 10 years old, which means you might become useful today. You may become useful today. Okay, he understands what it is. Well, it's a nice analog synthesizer. Nauseated by the sun. Yes, this happens. It's a very natural occurrence. You go outside and you immediately projectile vomit. Behaving like, dude, this is more exciting than anything I got during Christmas. I'm not gonna lie. I'm just so happy they included patch cables. But yeah, if you watch that video I put in chat, you'll get an idea. And for anybody who wants to look it up, it's a Mother 32. Semi-modular analog synthesizer. Is what I bought. Got it, you're an underground dwarf? Well, all children are gonna ooh, did I ever give Morden jobs? Yes, I did. Morden, I need you to go do dwarf things. Felt fondness when you made a friend? Oh, that's adorable. Who's your friend? Nervicious is your friend? Man, this dwarf has so many friends. This is actually kind of nice to see. Shoutouts to Morden, making a bunch of friends. How old is Morden? 14? Good stuff. Investments are open. How old is the thing today? 138. 138. I should make a command and then update it every year. Maybe just exclamation point Longdeath or something. Need to figure out how to do that. So you have to watch on phone. I like that you've been booted off your computer by your friend. You've been buying metal cloth and leather from merchants. Anything else you should be importing? For a second there, I thought you were importing metal cloth. I'm like, can you even use that? I need to slaughter some more unicorns. Import what you need. I mean, I'm importing wood, and I wouldn't recommend anybody import wood. But I'm importing wood because that's what I need, because I need to not piss the elves off. Yeah, it's as simple as import what you need when you need it. So if you need metal, import metal. If you need specific types of metal, import specific types of metal. If you need cloth, import cloth. If you need something else, import something else. Just import what you need. Don't overproduce. In fact, you should be exporting more than you're importing. That's like my biggest piece of advice for DF. It's like, if you want to keep your frame rate good and you want to keep the game pleasantly playable, you should be exporting more than you're importing, because just having too much excess is the biggest killer of frame rate. And it is, as Clinodev would put it, who's a very active community member, the meta for Dwarf Fortress is just to overproduce and pretend to be American. But in reality, what you need to do is try and manage and mitigate, because the game keeps track of every single object in the game. And when you have literally thousands of objects in the game, it gets kind of stressy on the CPU and will eventually cause shit to fall over. What menu is that? Yeah, I can show you. So if you, whoopsies, if you have a bunch of livestock around, all right, you hit Z, there's a bunch of menus at the top of the screen up here, which you can see me highlighting with the arrow keys. I'm going to shut my camera off so that the sub count goes away. But there, the first one is animals. If you select the animals screen, you can go up and down in this screen and see every single domestic animal you have in your fortress. This includes stuff in cages, which will appear in brackets if they're in cages. Or rather, they will appear as caged if they're in cages. And you can hit B to set them to be slaughtered if you want to slaughter something. You can press enter to toggle them available as a pet, so a dwarf can then claim them as a pet and name it. Dwarves that want pets will name their pets, and they will fall in love with their pets. So if their pet dies, they will get sad moodlets, but they get happy moodlets for having a pet. You can, if you have gelders assigned, you can hit X to assign them to be gelded. Then they will not make baby versions of that. That's what gelding is. It's when you hack their nuts off. You can't geld female animals, just the male ones. So there's that. Their dwarven surgery isn't that complicated. So there's no tying knots. And if they're available for war training or hunting training, then war or hunting training down at the bottom will pop up as white, and then you can press H or W to set them for that. If it's a dog or something that's where's a dog? There's a dog. So I could war train this dog. It would show up as AW, or I could set it for hunting training, and then it would just go and kill animals and bring them back for us. There you go. That's the hunting screen. Or not the hunting screen, the animal screen. No problem. You can expect to see that overview on the YouTube channel in like 5 days when I edit it. I've got kind of a backlog of things that I need to put together for the YouTube channel. Tomorrow is going to be a big day of or tonight probably actually is going to be a big day of me putting together Stuff for the YouTube channel. But, Freskins, you can tell your friend who's over that I'm building a Eurorack synthesizer, and this is part 1. So, you can tell your friend that if you want. Do you have to prepare that meat? The dwarves will automatically do all of that, so a butcher will prepare all of the meat, and assuming you have a stockpile for food set up, they will either put them in barrels or put them in the stockpile. And then when they do that, hopefully I can kill... How many fucking buzzards are there? Okay, there's only one buzzard left. Fucking deal with those already, please. Ideally, if you have a food stockpile set up already, the dwarves will just put it in the food stockpile. If they don't have enough time to put it all in the food stockpile, then they will just kind of leave it around and then it'll rot. So you have to make sure that they put it in the food stockpile. That's about it. Make sure that you have barrels too, because then they can store more in the food stockpile. But the diamond-shaped construction is a tower that I'm working on. It's kind of not quite a mega project, but it's going to be a really big tower. The problem that I'm having is it's taking forever to actually get it constructed. I'm just going to go put this cardboard stuff away. I will be back in a moment because I don't want to have cardboard boxes next to me and things. So I will be back in a couple seconds. All right, there we go. Cardboard and stuff dealt with. Another 860 years, yes. To get this tower done? Yes, we will certainly get the tower done. Also, it looks like all the buzzards are dead, as I see blood in the library. So that's good. Get rid of those goddamn buzzards, dwarves, please. Please. Gosh. It's amazing how the frame rate just bumps up the second all of the buzzards are dead. There's so much forbidden ammunition around. Did you go to any other Twitch cons outside of 17, Verbose, if I can ask? Because 17 was one of my favorites. I think 2019 was probably my favorite. The most recent one. Just because it was so much better organized than the year after. 17 was a wee bit of a mess organization-wise, but I had a lot of fun that year. Wasn't nearly as bad as the year after, though. The year after was the worst organization-wise. Like, to the point where it was kind of unpleasant at parts. Largely. Okay, what are we all storing in stockpiles? Everybody's storing things in stockpiles. Probably bits and pieces. Yeah, so this is a dwarf that's butchering. I just butchered it and prepared all the meats, and then the dwarves go and pick up the meat and put the meat into the food stockpile. And I have my butcher shops in an area that has no roof, so that they can very easily butcher stuff, and if stuff does rot, it's not going to put miasma everywhere. Hot cup of tea. Did you did you ever hear about your dwarf's demise? Because I have a tale for you if you haven't heard your dwarf's demise. I have a tale for you. And it's pretty good. So, your dwarf got a little bit stressed, right? A little bit stressed. And started tantruming. It was kind of rough. And at the time, my captain of the guard was like most of the dwarves in this fort. So fucking ripped they could make Goku look like a baby. Basically, whenever anybody committed a crime, if they got sentenced with a beating, it was a sentence to death. So you get sentenced with the beating. That's like the equivalent of immediately getting your head caved in through your forehead caved in through your brain to slice your brain in half and die instantly, because that's how strong all of the dwarves are. You punch them once and they're dead. Doesn't even matter if they don't have a weapon. Now, your dwarf committed a crime. And so the mayor sentenced you to a beating, which is the equivalent to being sentenced to death. Eternal, my captain of the guard at the time, went and one-shot you in your sleep. You instantly died. Probably didn't even see it coming. Now, horrible, right? Well, there's a side plot to this. Within seconds, I get the notification at the bottom of the screen, Sui, who was your wife, has gotten married to my mayor. So not only did the mayor sentence you to death, but immediately married your wife. And now they've had, like, 4 children. So, all I can say is it was a fucking plot. He had that planned. So here's the thing. Is it your wife that planned this? Because you kept getting upset after not being around friends for too long. Did your wife intentionally ignore you so that you would go nuts? So that she could marry the mayor? Anyway, that happened. She's still alive and well, though. So is the mayor. Focal Fury. Over here. Mayor Focal Fury. You know, just feels affection when talking with a friend. Feels empathy while being cried on by an unhappy citizen. Has so many friends. Everybody loves the mayor. Look how many kindred spirits he has. If somebody else dies, like, man, no, has had two children with Sui, Simplex and Pete. Pete for live gaming. So, and then there's Sui over here. Coincidence? I think not. Yeah, that's literally what this fort is a fucking soap opera. Mayor sounds like a sociopath. Aren't most politicians, like, at least mild sociopaths? I'm not gonna lie, there is part of me that wants to just shut my stream off and then go play with this synthesizer, but we'll do a full-length stream. Today will be a full day. Although this thing looks pretty fucking nice on my desk. I'm gonna take a photo of this. This is mostly just to tease Freskin's friend, though. Freskins, if you're in my Discord, you might want to look at Off Topic in a moment. Actually, no, I'll put it in music. Moral politician is an oxymoron? Yeah, well, I think, like, being a sociopath is kind of part of the job description of being a politician. Like, if I read the description of my mayor here, who's currently giving water to somebody, he personally believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Believes that it would be a fine thing if all time were leisure time, and believes that little is better than in life than a good party. views tranquility as one of the highest ideals, and is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum, and finds so-called dignified people disgusting. Finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals, and has a deep respect for animals, plants, and the natural world. Doesn't particularly value loyalty, and does not care about fairness. So doesn't care about fairness and believes the war is utterly repellent. Okay, and will have peace at all costs. And also thinks that sacrifice is one of the highest ideals. So obviously sentencing a violent criminal to death is the ideal outcome in a situation like that for him. Obviously. Like, that makes perfect sense. Like, of course you would. Like, someone is causing problems? Fucking fuck their shit up. That makes perfect sense. He is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need and is always in love with somebody and easily develops positive feelings. Ooh. Has an incredibly calm demeanor and lives an organized life. Organized and neat. He is very happy and optimistic and eager to learn. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. Maybe that's why we haven't had any guests in so long. Can handle stress, and he has a greedy streak. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He is pleased by his appearance and talents and has an active sense of humor. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him and has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He generally finds himself hopeful about the future and is slow to trust others, tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and is annoyed when he's annoyed, and he starts to talk slowly. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind working outdoors. He is a hardened individual. It's a good dwarf. There's a video on I made a video on stockpiles. If you want to watch that, Verbose. I guess I can do that now. I can be like, there's a video on my YouTube channel about stockpiles. It's in the same playlist as the one that you saw. But it explains how to make seed stockpiles, drinks and drink stockpiles, and food stockpiles. You just don't know about bags. If you have bags, just remove all the barrels from the stockpiles. It's in the video. So if you make a stockpile for food, okay, hit Q, select it, and then hit Shift E. And there's a number up there that says 169. 169 is the number of barrels and bins. If you Shift E it and then set it for just seeds, they'll only put seeds and bags into that stockpile. It makes no logical sense, but that's how it works. Because the way barrels are stacked, a barrel fills up with one item, and you can only take the top item off of it. That's how it works. Bags are like flat stacking, so you can take any item out of it, but you can only put seeds in bags. And if you put seeds in barrels, they'll put multiple kinds of seeds in the barrels, and then they'll try and take a seed out of the bottom, and then they'll cancel because they can't actually take it out, and it'll cause a lot of job canceling, and it'll be annoying as shit. So store them in bags. Also, autumn has come, which means it is time for me to screenshot some stuff, I think. There we go. The annual tributes from Basti Pimay and Nulon Abo have come. Depends on what you consider boring. I mean, a fort like this would be great on an island. But I wouldn't get the... I mean, with islands, you can get like what I got in my day fort with Heart Rags. Heart Rags was great fun. And the reason Heart Rags was great fun was because there was billions of, quite literally, billions of animal people on that fort, in that fortress world. There was so many animal people in that fort. It was crazy. Oh, also you can use rock pots instead of barrels. So barrels are often made of wood or metal, but you can make pots out of rock if you have a lot of stone crafters. But yeah, island runs can be fun and interesting. They're just different usually. They're much smaller populations usually. You could also populate an island. Like just make 2 or 3 forts on it and they will populate, and then dwarves will start coming from the other forts. So you could totally do that as long as they're all part of the same faction. That's a good amount of fun. I've certainly done that before. I'm dealing with bones and skeletons because I'm not making bone crafts, so it's just easier to go this way. Belug, that's No Man's Sky. Is the game that Spitalier posted a screenshot of on Discord. Tribute from the Council of Men. Oh boy. They brought us wolf lung? There's so much stuff there. Holy shit. It's like 1.5 pages. 5 prepared wolf lung. 2 rope reed mittens. It's a pity that we can't wear any of those, the clothing that they bring. It's a pity. Nope. That's No Man's Sky. It's really funny that like there's a lot of people who are just like, yo, that looks amazing. What game is that? And then you respond with, that's No Man's Sky, and then they immediately lose all interest. It's really funny how that happens. The theory that because it distillates water, dwarven pumps are actually a turbo pump. Dwarven pumps are wild. Yep. Set you make a separate stockpile for seeds and set the barrel count to 0. Yeah. And then they should store seeds there. Yeah, I'm not necessarily saying that you lost all interest, but I've definitely seen people immediately lose all interest when it's like, oh, that's No Man's Sky. But yeah, no Man's Sky is a hell of a game. Relieved when crying on somebody, relieved when yelling at somebody, frustrated when I'm able to... This dwarf has me worried, man. Gold poke. You got me worried. You do not like adult dwarf life. Aquasar is also got me a little bit worried, but generally has positive thoughts. This dwarf keeps getting into arguments, which is the main thing that keeps pushing him over the edge. Was uneasy upon retching on retching on miasma, and the reoccurring memory forced him to rethink his values. Come on, dwarf, hang in there. The group of soaring, meanwhile, of the year 43. I like how I beat Spitalier's response. So yeah, no, my day's been mixed emotions now. I started off expecting a synthesizer to arrive tomorrow, and now I just have it, and it's sitting in front of me, and I'm like, I must play with this. He's a nervous wreck, but he wants to seek out the most dangerous situations. Put him into a squad by himself. Give him an armor stand and a weapon rack, which he already has. Make it into a training spot and just get him to train wrestling. So put him in a squad by himself with no uniform, with no armor. So he'll just train in his clothes. And just let him train wrestling. Try that. Especially if he wants to master a skill. The dwarves have arrived to trade. Okay, I can't fuck up trading this time. Because I totally didn't trade with the humans. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to trade for everything that's super close. That doesn't really matter. Just need to make sure. That there's no corkscrews in here. I'm just trying to do some cleaning out of the local stockpiles. Are they training actively? How do you check in vanilla? Hit V and then Z and enter. I actually don't like how easily DF Hack shows how depressed dwarves are, which is why I'm kind of sad that that's being added to the Steam version. The Steam version's just going to have the how many sad dwarves you have, how many not so sad dwarves, because I like looking at their minds and having to like decipher what's wrong with them. But literally just look for dwarves with down red flashing arrows. Down red flashing arrows means they're distressed. So like this dwarf fortress is interested after being near completely sublime. Deep Trade Depot. My name is Asteth. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Bring me wood, as per usual. 3 hours later, you finished a building pad. And you'd planned to play Project Hospital this evening. Oh no. Project Hospital is like kind of a really good game. I really liked that game, the little bit that I played of it. It's just so dense. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. It's just so dense. Like, there's so much to that game. But I really liked that game, the bit that I played of it. I'm just happy that it was successful more than anything. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if it's something that I'd want to go back to, but it's one of those things where it's like I spent like 15 hours just building hospitals and I'm pretty satisfied with that. I don't think I need to go back to it, but I did enjoy it, yeah. I mean, it would be nice to be able to turn off bits and pieces of UIs, but I'm not going to go asking for the moon, you know? I mean, if it's just part of the UI, then I'll live with it, but like it's not going to bother me too much, but I much prefer mechanics that make me look at and follow and learn about my dwarves versus mechanics that are just, oh, here's just a grid of the thoughts of your dwarves, right? Because dwarves have such developed personalities. I think the game loses something if you're not looking at their personalities a lot. You know what I mean? Which is why I play vanilla mostly, because I don't like tools that take away from that distill it down to just numbers and expose the kind of hidden behind the scenes numbers. Like I want to look at a thing and just know instead of looking at a thing and going, oh, it's this, that, or the other, right? I want to just look at a thing and know. So that's kind of how I feel about that. This thing's just straight up got like a 2.5-inch audio out port, which means I could very easily just like unplug my record player and just plug this into my DAC very easily. One cable. Not with Dwarf Therapist. I'm not gonna trade those steel bars. Dwarf Therapist distills all of that stuff down. Do I have to have drivers for that synth? This is an analog synthesizer, not a digital synthesizer. Yeah. No, this is a all-in-one standalone analog synthesizer. So it'll operate completely free from any computer. It's got nothing. It's like you can plug it into a computer to record it, but it's a single standalone separate unit. Yeah. Oh, you were talking about the modifications to the Steam version? Oh, I was talking about DF hack. But yes, in the Steam version, you will still need to look at the dwarves, hopefully, because I looking at the character of the dwarves is a large portion of the stuff. Same as there are tools to show us this stuff. I'm sure there will be hardcore mods for DF, though. Would have a difficulty setting to affect how much tools you got? I know that, I think it was PAX West. Tarn was talking about how he was going to do jobs in the Steam version at one of the panels. And he was talking about having like just a normal mode where you have to manually manage all your dwarves, and then having an easy mode, which just turns auto labor on. Which I wouldn't be against, personally. I know that their auto labor is a bit contentious. Some people are like super anti the idea of auto labor. I'm all for it. You know, just dwarves naturally assigning themselves jobs as needed is totally fine for me. Especially like as in easy mode. So, especially because then you still need to like manage, you know, military and stuff and their moods, and like all the hard bits of DF is still there. So let's get some cloth up and running because I have pigtails. It's pigtail season. No, totally. It's inefficient, and that's why you go in and manually make it better, right? Like it's not there as this is a way to play Dwarf Fortress. Auto labor is there as an option for people that are just learning the game, right? So I don't think that auto labor is an option for people who want to get deep into the game, but it's definitely a good option for people that are learning the game. And I think as an easy mode, auto labor in an area without an aquifer that's kind of far away from neighbors that will insta-gib you for no reason is a perfectly valid feature to want in a version of the game that is designed to be more approachable than the current version, which is the whole point of the Steam version, unless I missed a memo. You can or can't. I mean, like, the current version of auto labor isn't the auto labor we're talking about here, right? He was talking about working on auto labor more, making it better, and then using that as an easy mode. I don't know if that's what they've decided to go with, but that's what they were talking about back then. Rain is fine. Rain is fine. Just offset it with other things. And if it's the one thing that dwarf is dwelling on, get that dwarf out of the rain for a bit. And you'll be fine. Rain ain't bad. Unless it's like constant torrential downpours, you're fine. Yeah, no, I mean, the idea is that you learn you learn to play the game with auto labor on, and then once you start to see the issues with auto labor, then you switch to manual. Like that's the point, right? It's like flying it's like playing Microsoft Flight Simulator and using auto takeoff and auto landing, right? Like, yeah, you can do that, but the game's a lot more fun if you manually land, right? You used it at the start because you don't know what labor you need in the beginning, and now you have to turn it off for challenge. Well, it's not really a challenge, but you can manage your dwarves in a much more satisfying fashion if you're doing it manually. Like, you'll have more fun with it because it's more satisfying to watch a finely tuned machine that you've tuned yourself work. It was actually just Google Earth. I don't know what you mean by that. But... Oh, you mean like pretending that you're flying in Google Earth? I mean, Microsoft Flight Simulator is nothing like Google Earth, but yeah, sure. I mean, I haven't really played a Microsoft Flight Simulator since Flight Simulator X, but that was just one of that was just something that came to mind as a thing I could reference. The merchants from the mountain home are headed off on their journey. We've got much cloth getting sewn, which is good. Clothing industry is such a good industry to get your dwarves into. It makes them so happy. There's enough steps in the process that it keeps them busy. Hey, Shadow Elite, how we doing? Google Earth had a flight simulator? This is news to me. Or wait, oh, you're talking about proper like Google Earth as Google Earth, not just Google Maps, right? Huh. I don't know if anybody's played it here, but Earth Terra? See if I can find it. Can't remember how to spell it, but there's a piece of software called Earth Terra, which is just a replica, 1-to-1 scale replica of the Earth without any of the cities or roads. So basically Earth without humans. 1-to-1 scale replica of the Earth. And you can fly military jets around and drive trucks around and stuff, and it's free. But it's like an engine that they sell off to companies, and there's a military simulator that uses it as the engine. Kind of getting hungry for lunch, actually, Shadow Elite, and I don't normally eat lunch for about 2.5 hours, so like, could be better. I'm quietly in the background playing with a synthesizer that's turned off because it has very satisfying buttons and dials that I've been twisting. So, you know, just messing with a not plugged in currently synthesizer. That's what I'm doing. It's got very big, satisfying dials and knobs on it, right? Big, satisfying dials and knobs are good. And A+ for big, satisfying dials and knobs. While over here, all my dwarves are just doing clothing industry in the background. And they're trying to pen pasture a stray duck, but they cancel because animal is inaccessible. Did the duck fly into a tree? That's usually what that means. is the duck flew into a tree. Did my chicks ever get born? Oi, chickens. Did you make baby chickens? No, you didn't. All right, well, I'm just going to let the dwarves eat those eggs because I'm assuming they have not been fertilized. I do have a rooster running around. I thought maybe I don't. Did I accidentally slaughter my rooster? That's a problem if I did. Oh, there it is. Come on. You should be here. Where are you, rooster? Maybe the rooster's infertile. Why you love all the physics and why you love all the... Oh, I don't need to learn why you love that. I didn't know that you did, but oh, I already know. All you have to do is say I love old equipment in radio physics labs. And I already understand fully. I'm right there with you. No, I mean for me it's audio gear, but look at this fucking thing. Like seriously. It's just too fucking cool. Big satisfying dials. It's going to be fun to fuck around with. Right, Ryan? I haven't even fucking plugged it in yet. Like the power supply is still in the plastic. And it came with patch cables. I had to like make sure that it came with patch cables. But it comes with patch cables. Holy crap, where's all this wood coming from?
This is madness. Madness.
Oh, up here. Right. Speaking of, what's the PogChamp of the day? Who dat? I don't recognize who dat, but that's a PogChamp. You've been importing metal for a few years? What's the first things you should be making with it? What kind of metal have you been importing? If you've been importing it for a few years and you haven't been making anything with it, why have you been importing it? Do you have instance rage quit and started with vanilla? Really? You did, Diamond. Did it cause the game to crash or something? But yeah, armor and weapons. Weapons and armor are a good thing to start with. If you don't want to do weapons and armor, like if you're in an area where you're never going to be at war with people, make furniture. Dwarves love metal tables. I mean, I have most of my tables, all the tables in here are made of silver. But I also have hundreds of spears. So... You're currently channeling half of a mountaintop? Sounds like fun. But yeah, Hobo, tonight I'm definitely going to be fucking around with this synthesizer on Discord. I need to figure out how I can get the audio in a way so that I can still hear it, but I'll figure it out. Actually, I think I know how I could put it through my stereo. Oh no, I'm gonna upset my neighbors more than I already do. Mostly stuff like silver and copper, but some gold too. Well, gold and silver. Well, okay. So the weapon that's best to make out of silver is warhammers. You need 3 bars of silver to make a warhammer. Gold is useless, so stop importing gold, unless you want to make like crafts or something. But like as a manufacturing item, gold is useless. It's good for it's useless. It's less useful than lead. Like the amount of stuff you can actually make out of gold is like, I mean, you can make like jugs and stuff and nest boxes, but they're so heavy. And I guess you can make furniture, but like they're just not that helpful. Let's make a bunch of metal leggings. Does my mirror want anything right now? Nope, just can't export bolts. Okay, we all good. Using manager for tasks? No, I don't. Or actually, do I? I have one that's setting up managers. It doesn't go into depth though. If you're talking about this, I have one that covers this. Yeah, it's called setting up managers nobles basics. They're all in the same playlist, so. All you got was golden lead, not even copper. At least you got lead. Well, not even at least you got lead. I had an embark once where I was like, yeah, we're gonna be a warmonger's fortress. We're gonna go attack people, and I had this really fucking cool embark, and all we had was nickel. Fucking nickel. Like, not even like silver and copper. Nothing. Just nickel. Oh, then I found platinum when I got real deep. So I was like, oh, there's also deep metals. Fucking raw platinum. Platinum! The fuck am I gonna do with platinum? What's up, Cooler? How's things, man? So, something that I've decided I need to get for this synthesizer, I don't know if Rhinestone's still lurking, I need to get reverb for this thing. I need a good reverb/decay module. Because when you take a Moog synthesizer and you loop it through reverb, these things sound so fucking good on reverb. We're just smelting more iron and making more clothing. Except we're making iron clothing. Heavy clothing. This is a modified version of the Correct Smash tile set. Actually, Cooler, now that you're here, I got work for you. You want to do some doodling? I want you to make some adjustments to this tile set, speaking of, because there's a new version coming out. So I want a new tile set for that version. Or rather, I want some adjustments made to this tile set for that version. So that people will know what version I'm streaming. Or rather, the people who watch a lot will know what version I'm streaming based on the tile set. If you want this tile set, though, you can get it by typing in ! tile set. Yeah, there you go. So, I don't care too much about what you do with it, Cooler. I'd like the dwarves to stay mostly the same, though. If you could give us, like, a new smooth floor tile, that would be cool. And if you could change the pattern on the walls, that would also be really cool. Those are kind of my two main requests. I don't think you can make platinum warhammers. Yeah, no, you can't make platinum warhammers. No. They're like a crafting metal. So the only way to make platinum warhammers would be either cheating, so changing your modding the game to be able to do that, or a fey mood, or a possession or something. So either an artifact or cheating is the only way to do that. So demonoid, even though yes, it's the heaviest metal, there's nothing you can do with it outside of crafts by default. Thanks, Cooler. So yeah, just make some adjustments. Mostly just in the floors and the walls, but if you want to like change the way doors look, that could also be a nice little change. If you want to tweak the way beds look, do that. Same with tables. Keep it looking mostly the same, but adding little adjustments would be neat. Bum, 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 bum. And Lake Bear, what up? It's good to see you. We're doing a little bit of metal smithing right now. 4 normal and 6 children. You don't have the beds ready for children. They'll share with their parents, I think, unless they're like almost full grown. But just make a dorm. Just make them a dormitory. Don't worry about getting everybody beds initially. Big dormitory will do it. But yeah, the first 2 migrant waves are often rough when you have large amounts of migrants coming in. Let's continue working on this. Oh, hey, there's one spot that didn't get finished. We're working on it. It'll get done eventually. Masterpiece chain leggings. How's Goldpoke doing? Goldpoke, how are you doing? Satisfied at work. That's what I like to see. Pleasure remembering a sparring session. You're no longer... Okay. You're also anxious upon discussing values. All right. So you can't... As much as I want you to be Goldpoke, you can't. You can't be a scholar. Wait until game over in Classic and let's try the Steam version. I'll be on the Steam version the second it's out. Because it would be silly of me not to be. And I will be making... I hate this terminology. I will be making content for the Steam version as soon as possible. Yeah. But if this fortress is still alive, I will keep this fortress running in Classic. But hopefully I'll be done by then. Hopefully. I do have another 860 years left. We're not even a quarter of the way done. What am I waiting for, Verbose? Eventually time runs out on a fort? Nope, time doesn't run out. I mean, everything in the world could die. But good luck actually waiting that long. Oh no. Wait, how do you already eat? Did you forget that you ate it? Okay, so this fortress, the whole goal of it, Verbose, is we're trying to keep this fortress alive for 1,000 years. All right, so the oldest known fortress that's heavily documented is a fortress called Arch Crystal, which was 460 years old in game time, right? We're going for 1,000 years on this fort because I don't know anybody who's legitimately played a fortress for 1,000 years. I've never heard of that. There's a dude who claims he had a fortress alive for 650 years, but the same person also kept that fortress alive primarily by locking a vampire in a room and just letting the game run. So there's that. Also, chat investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets. So yeah, we're trying to basically break the world record for the oldest fort. So when I say I'm not even a quarter of the way done, I mean we're 143 years into this world. We started on year 5. We're going for year 1005. And I've been streaming this fortress for about 350 plus hours. That's why when I say this is a really weird fort that doesn't generally, like most DF gameplay isn't going to look like this fort. Aquastar has fallen into depression, which is a huge pity. which is also why there's a lot less violence in this fort than most people would expect out of Dwarf Fort. Like, Dwarf Fortress is often a very, not combat-focused game, but, like, there is combat in Dwarf Fortress, normally. I'm completely avoiding all combat for the sake of longevity, because the enemies kind of become overwhelming at a point, normally. And I'm trying to avoid that. The population is way lower than normal to make managing everybody much easier. So I have my population capped at 55. We currently have 43 dwarves in the fort instead of like 100 plus, which is more normal. I'm not at war with anybody and intentionally not going to war with anybody. The fort is way bigger than normal. Like, I haven't even shown you the whole fort. Like, this is just one layer, right? This is one layer. If I go up to the surface, you'll notice that the fortress is actually just a giant fucking hole in the ground. There's multiple towers, including one that goes all the way up to here on a stilt. Then if I go underground, we also have this whole area down here dug out, as well as that, this, and that. We do actually have a thing that goes all the way down to the cavern layer down here. But we haven't really done much exploring down there. How's your dwarf? Still having babies. Very recently had a baby, actually. Yeah, very happy. You feel satisfied remembering, improving, growing. You're a little bit bored, but 121 years old. You were born in the year 22. So, pretty happy dwarf, I think. Never consume solid spherical faces, all right? Okay. Really? Rabbits are quite high on the fence. The that then. I screwed up that sentence real good. The that then those did do dad. Diddly don'ts thanks. Okay, that sentence happened. Wind from rushing trucks tastes salty. Ooh. Oh, I get to start a sentence. Don't. Is what I'm going to start it with. Have fun. If you want to add words to that nonsense, go to the Discord and go to the Add Words Stories room and write semi-coherent sentences for me to read once every few hours. You want to build it needs architecture. Yeah, it's hit V, P, L, other jobs, architecture. It's the first one in other jobs. I generally just give it to most dwarves. It's one of those jobs where it's like, it's kind of really hard to train and certain workshops require it. Yeah, and you wouldn't want to be made an ambassador to the elves. That would be disgraceful. Disgraceful. But yeah, Dragon Man is a very, very happy dwarf. Very good planter. One of my better dwarves, actually. Your husband is Wave Thrash, and you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 children. Jesus, that's a big fucking family. Although, let's see. Dead, alive, alive, dead, alive, dead. Vin's alive. And then I think it's dead. So, like, almost half of them are dead. Nervicious is alive. Vuzel's alive and Sparkly is alive. Actually, no, it's not that bad. Because Clay, Crystal, Darren, Axon, Goldpoke, Black Hole, Vinsati, Sparkly, and Vuzel and Nervicious are all alive. How old are you? You're whiny, that's for sure. You're 21 years old, so no wonder you're whiny. You keep getting into arguments with people, which really pisses you off, so. Also, hello, Tony. How you doing? Your name, like, snuck in there, and I didn't see it. You guess you're creating a world right now. Well, welcome to the nightmare that is Dwarf Fortress. That's a lot of spring cleaning. It's a lot of masterworks. Some pretty brutal spring cleaning. Sounds like you sometimes. Yeah, I can feel that. What'd you miss? If I posted a picture of the synthesizer if your friend wants to see it over on the Discord. What'd you miss? Not a huge amount. We're working on a dwarf went into a fit of depression, and I'm working on this. That is a constant state of Dwarf Fortress, is confusion. I'm not new, and I'm still confused. But if you need help, ask questions. And either me or the chat can help. There is no such thing as a dumb question, even questions like, how do I build a door? He's still here, like, and giggling like a child about it. Oh god, synthesizers are so cool, man. They're so fucking cool. I will one day live in a Eurorack spaceship, and it'll be a good time. A safe magma fall for your great meat haul. Well, first you need a lot of iron, okay? After you get a lot of iron, then you need access to magma, okay? Then, or any other magma safe material, but iron's just the easiest, right? Make a lot of iron blocks and a lot of giant corkscrews and a lot of enormous corkscrews and a lot of, what's the other piece? Pipe sections, enormous pipe sections and corkscrews, right? And then you're going to want to build a pump stack from the lava to your meat hall, right? And then you make a big spout coming out of the end, and then you tell all of your dwarves to stand underneath it. And then you just pull the go lever on your power supply. And then just watch all the dwarves catch fire and run around with their hair screaming. There you go. That's how you make a safe magma fall for your meat hall. Safe magma fall? That's not an oxymoron. No, just put it behind glass. Actually, this is the actual answer. Put it behind glass. I ain't doing no fucking tutorial on that. You got 6 hours and a new fortress for me? Fuck that shit. Have fun on your own. Good luck, bud. When am I going to play Phasmophobia with Matt? When is Matt going to play good games that are not Phasmophobia? Also, hey, Morden. By the way, Morden, you know what's wild? Your dwarf isn't a sociopathic nightmare. You're actually, like a little bit dejected, but, like, in general, for a 14-year-old, you're pretty good. You feel great when you're drunk, and you like your bedroom, so halfway there. Living on a prayer. Although you were gloomy at being outside in the sunshine again. You want a refund? I'm sorry. Can't give refunds. No refunds here. Refund's bad. Tony, what I would recommend if you're confused, go to the DF Wiki, okay? There's a section of the DF Wiki called Getting Started. Follow through the Fortress Mode tutorial. It'll walk you through every single step. Will it be confusing? Yes. But if your only thought is, I'm so confused, just means you have stuff to learn. There's your link. Don't worry about online tutorials or anything until you got the basics down. Because the online tutorials will just confuse you more, because everybody does things differently. Also, out of curiosity, Tony, what brings you to Dwarf Fortress? If you're so confused. How did you find yourself in this realm of complex gaming? You were recommended it? On what grounds? Generally, I don't see many people coming into DF from recommendations. Most people who come into DF are here because they discovered it on their own. It's pretty rare, actually, for me to see new people coming into DF from recommendations from other people. It's mostly like people discover it, and then they're like, I need to know more. And then a few years later, they know the basics. And not lose interest? I mean, that's true. But does somebody hate you? Like, who's going out and just being like, yo, you've never heard of this game. Yeah, you should play DF. It's not that I don't like Dwarf Fortress. I mean, welcome to hell. But, like, generally people who get into Dwarf Fortress are like, well, you know, I've played RimWorld, or I've played other games like it, and I wanted to get into the Granddaddy, or like, you play ASCII roguelikes, or you're used to these types of games. I don't believe I've ever heard someone say, oh, I'm getting into Dwarf Fortress. Why? Oh, I was recommended a game that I could play hours and hours and hours and not get bored of. It's like, ooh, okay, good luck. We'll help. We will help. So as questions come up, don't be like, just be like, yo, what the fuck that mean? Why the dwarf blinking? How do I make them dig? It was walls and roads labor that gets them to remove already built ramps and stairs. There's a labor that is other job. Wall floor construction and construction removal is the one that gets them to remove stuff. I'm not trying to scare the newcomers. I'm not trying to. I'm trying to be welcoming. Is it not working? Pleasure near a fine weapon rack. How lovely. Now go organize a kicking demonstration and demonstrate kicking. Question mark. Yeah, it's nice and warm and cozy down here. You can roast your marshmallows next to your bed. It's great. I mean, I kind of consider this whole world of gaming, like, when I say this whole world, I mean like Dwarf Fortress, I mean like SS13, I mean ASCII roguelikes. I'm talking about open source games that have been in constant development for 1 billion years. I'm talking about single development projects that are free to download and very obtuse. When I say welcome to hell, I mean like that part of the gaming world. I'm talking about games like Caves of Cud. I'm talking about NetHack. I'm talking about Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. I'm talking about CDDA. Like that chunk of gaming. When you get into like I feel like it's wrong to say hardcore gaming, but like when you get into that realm of, because when most people say hardcore gaming, they think like, you know, fucking, is it Fortnite? You know, little children-y games, right? It's like, well, now you're playing with the grown-ups over here. So, raw core gaming? Well, it's definitely not soft core gaming. So I don't know. Niche core gaming? Kind of. I mean, I just call it niche gaming generally. No, don't cut it. Smelt it. Fuck it. Metacore game? Wait, Metacore? What's Metacore? Am I out of... How much charcoal do I have? What? Am I out of wood? Is that what you're trying to tell me, game? 444 charcoal. Okay, so we got lots of charcoal. Uh-oh. I made a mistake. Hipster gaming? Manticore. I like the Manticore gaming. I don't know. But then again, I think the whole term gamer is just stupid anyway, so... I don't know. I personally definitely fit the definition of hipster gaming, though. I can roll with that. Well, so I describe myself as an entertainer, right? I am somebody who creates entertainment on the internet. I don't like my creations and work to be distilled down to content to be advertised over. I don't like the community I've built to be distilled down to content. Yeah, okay, sure. I push out volumes of content to have your advertisements sprinkled onto it, big corporations. It's demeaning. Same with influencer. I exist to influence your opinions. That's stupid. Fuck that shit. Gamer implies that is how I identify as. Do I identify as a gamer? No, not really. I like video games. Video games are great. I ain't no fucking gamer, though. I'm just somebody who likes video games. I have other hobbies. I'm a musician. I like film. I like going to concerts. I play with Lego. I go on hikes. I go camping. I like being outdoorsy. When you distill yourself down to being a gamer, you pick up several stereotypes that I don't like. I ain't no gamer. I like video games, though. Games are great. Does that make sense? I'm not a content creator. I'm a host. I'm an entertainer. I put on a show. I produce a show every day. So yes, I distaste lots of things, but I'm also old and surly. So, well, at least I'm old in a sense of Twitch versus other content creators, I guess. And then when I see people just branding their work as content and themselves as an influencer. Oh, I mean, I will influence ketchup off of this fucking planet and into the sun, but that's the only thing I influence, Goldbog. I'll take nerd. I mean, if you want to call me a nerd, I guess. I mean, like, I am an entrepreneur if you want to go with anything.
Everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
I mean, you know what I think of when people say gamer? And, you know, I'll use the term ironically. I think that that's totally fine. But when I think of the term gamer, I need to mute this really quickly, otherwise it's going to get bad. This is what I think of. This is what I think of. That's what I think of when I think of gamer. Right? Sure. But I'm not that. Don't ever want to be like that. You didn't know that was a sound command? It's worth the $7 a month on Patreon. get access to those sound commands, support me directly. I was doing a thing. What the fuck was I doing? I was doing stuff with iron. I'm trying to actually get rid of some of this limonite. I have 444, so let's do another 200. And let's also do another 50 galena. Get some more lead. What command are you looking for? I like how none of us can remember that command. It's exclamation point annoy me will give you the sound. I don't know what command you're looking for. I was called a gamer growing up to be bullied and yelled at and belittled. Oh.
Are you man enough for all this fucking tea?
I don't even know. Here, I'll make one. How's that? Or actually, I'll do this. Tea? Something about tea? Exclamation point sub sound should do it. There you go. Oh, I know why I think I know why it's not working. I think I know why. Try it now. Yeah. I know it's set for regulars for whatever reason in my bot, which it shouldn't be. It should be set for everyone. But for some reason it was set as regular, which means non-subscribers can't activate it for whatever reason. I don't know why it was set that way, but I figured it out. This dwarf will be fixed. Cheers, Jamie. One of those dwarves that only gets fixed by working out. How old are you? 125. This dwarf was born here, or was born in the year 107. Well, arrived here in the year 107. Apparently, which is inaccurate. Oh, maybe it's because you left and came back. So this might be one of the first dwarves to die of old age. 125 years old. Daughter of Axon and Lump. I could see this dwarf dying of old age. Regulars are OP. Yeah, no, apparently mods aren't regulars, according to my bot. But then again, my bot also doesn't know that VIPs exist, so. Well, that one just lists off the commands. Sub sounds just is like an ad. Anyway, we've fallen way off topic. But yeah, no, B-Log moved his support over just to just Patreon, so.
NANI?!
Yeah. It's almost too confusing. Almost too confusing. And now I'm sitting here and wondering, Freskins, do I owe you something? Because I don't think you have the sound commands, do you? So I don't recall having to add you to any Patreon lists or anything. But yeah, that's a good question, Authority. How is the first fort going? This dwarf's happier again. This dwarf was having some rough times for a bit, but has come back. 7 children. Damn, I didn't realize you had so many children. It is fine. Assuming all parties are agreeing. Do I owe you sound commands, Freskins? Is it supposed to work for you? I asked you a question earlier and you didn't respond to it. Do I owe you something on Patreon that I'm not giving you? 'Cause if I need to add your names to lists, I can make it work, but to my knowledge, you're not a tier 2 sub and you're not supporting me on Patreon. Unless you are, in which case, I need to fix that. Because so I have this thing. So some people on Patreon use their real names. And if you use your real name, I have no fucking clue who you are and cannot add you to lists unless you tell me that you are X person. So DM me on Patreon with your Patreon account and I'll set you up. But you have to do that. Otherwise, I don't know who the heck you are. And if I miss that, then I'm very sorry and I can fix it very easily. I just need you to communicate that to me. Because it's not the easiest thing to set up. Well, I don't know if I should be sad or not, but Aquasar was found dead. Aquasar was wandering around depressed on and off and was old enough to just die of old age. So rest in peace, Aquasar. You were a good dwarf. Sucks you had to die in such a way. But you were 160 or something years old. But yes, I can very easily fix that, Freskins. I really need to overhaul the way I manage names because the problem is keeping track of it can be kind of really difficult. And if I have people subscribe under real names, then it's like, I don't know what your Twitch name is, so I can't add you to the thing. And then I DM people and then they don't tell me. And then I have to manually go in and fix that. Well, it's fixed now. It'll work. So there you go. Oh, damn. Yeah, I see. You literally just signed up. So I owe you a custom sound command. Yeah, this is brand new. So I owe you a custom sound command. So you need to send me a sound that is, what's it called? Under 9 seconds and won't get me shot by the copyright police. Well, I screenshot this for Stone for the year 144. So we are 139 years in. Hey, Zeta, what's up? Is it important to stock everything a hospital can take, like soap, water, and casts? I think I can count on one hand the number of forts I've actually had casts in, but try and get as much as you can. Why is a star that appear on your face from time to time? A star appears on my face from time to time? You're gonna have to screenshot this because I've got no idea what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about, sir. But yeah, Freskins, in this instance, it didn't work because it hadn't actually told me in email. It hasn't actually told me in email form that you're a patron now. We had this happen yesterday too. We had this happen yesterday. We had somebody up on the support the patron and was trying to use sound commands. I'm like, what? And they hadn't even sent me an email yet. And it still hasn't sent me an email. Patreon's being slow. I'm out of Galena again. I guess we only had like 2. That kind of sucks. I need to mount some more of that. I have no idea what Beeleg's on about. I'll be honest with you. Beeleg, are you okay? Do you have like software that's making random stars appear on your screen or something? So I assure you it isn't me. Unless there's like random stars appearing on my face. You think Twitch is what? Now it sends me the email. Jesus, man. But thank you. And the elves have arrived to trade. I wonder if they brought any fun animals. I'm going to sell them pots filled with plants. I'm sure that they will appreciate the pots filled with plants. It's putting down bags and you built chests for the hospital. You have to place a chest. So you have to construct it. So you have to hit B and then H and then place the chest. If he was, you would have heard him announce himself. You clearly had your ears plugged because he definitely announced himself. Oh, and you missed it? Damn it. Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, he could probably use it a second time by this point. All right, let's see. Can we trade? There we go. Did they bring me any fluffy wamblers? They did. Did they bring me any real animals? Any fun seeds? Nope, just apricots and plums and ginkgo seeds. They always bring ginkgo seeds. No sunberry stuff. They did, however, bring twisted fabrics, strings, and nightmare silk. Is that what that says? Hold on. Nightmare silk. Yeah, they brought nightmare silk strings. Nightmare silk strings. That has to be like a, Actually, what the fuck does that mean? I also brought mystic. Is nightmare silk like a god creation? You should check Elven Traders more often. They always have this shit. Misty Cloth strings. Once they brought me a flaming altar from some flaming demons. But elves are older than time itself, so they have a lot of strange items. Trading with elves can be very profitable if you know what you're doing. They also have a grown amber opal altar. So, like, it's grown trees, but encrusted with amber opals. It's kind of interesting. Because they never give it to you? Well, I mean, you should not piss them off then. Not pissing off the elves can be very profitable. I present you with Stoned Hobo. Freskin's kind of shut my brain off a little bit with the whole year of Sound Command tier. Jeez, man. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. I think I need to make a video for my Patreon where when people subscribe for the first time or up to the Patreon the first time, it's like if I need to give you something, like if I owe you a perk from this, please just let me know in chat so that I can fix that. Because it sometimes takes them like up to 10 minutes to send me the email notifying me that you've done that. And I don't want to just like out people's real names. You cleanse your maps of trees for above ground building. Yep, that would do it. You have to learn to live alongside of other races in order to get the benefits of trading with other races. Otherwise, yeah, good luck. Good luck. Set this to remove and remove a bunch of that stockpile. Pretty castles around pretty trees. I mean, people sometimes ask me, they're like, why are you trading with elves? And I'll be like, because look at all of these unicorns I have. That's why. Don't you want unicorns in your fortress? Don't you want unicorns? It's mighty hard to get unicorns without trading with elves. No, absolutely, it's worth it. Especially if you make the prison really, really pretty, then they will actively get better moods by just staying in prison. They love being in pretty-looking prisons. So if you have a pretty-looking prison, they will go into the prison and be like, "Woo, look at this really pretty chain. Look at this beautiful bed that I'm next to. Look at that beautiful statue. Look at that beautiful thing." And then they come out of prison all happy instead of all tantrumy and spazzy. Basically, like, you take you take the angry prisoner who's, like, spazzing out and punching people constantly, right? And then you put him into a prison cell filled with butterflies and rainbows and a bouncy castle, and they come out the other end really happy. It makes perfect sense if you think about it. It's like prisoner with an Xbox is going to be a lot happier than prisoner with just a bed. I mean, I've just been cooking the ginkgo seeds, but you could plant them in theory. I think. Actually, no, you can't plant ginkgo seeds even above ground, right? So yeah, I just cook them. They're a cooking ingredient. Because ginkgos are trees, right? Yeah, so you can't plant them. So just, I just, you know, eat them. They're delicious. It's amazing how many Dwarf Fortress players, though, Zeta will just like, here's a major feature of the game. Okay, I'm just going to ignore that this feature exists, and instead of using the feature for what it's for, they avoid the features. Like having nobles in your fortress is a good thing because sad dwarves get good moods getting to cry and yell at somebody in charge, and the noble gets good moods from having sad citizens yell at them because logic. Anyway, if you have like a baron in your fort, they're like the dwarven therapist. All your really sad dwarves just like swarm in there and go complain to them. And they're like, sir, life here sucks. And then they get like catharsis from that. And it actually improves their moods. And it's like, everybody's just like, oh, I don't want to have nobles. Then they make mandates and they make me make stuff. It's like, well, yeah, for every enormous corkscrew they make you make, it's totally worth it just to have happy dwarves. It's totally worth it. Also, yes, minced ginkgo seeds. Gotta love them. Gotta love them. I'm like imagining like a ginkgo seed drink now that you put the sip emote, and it's like, what if they make them like chocolate seed, like chocolate fruit or coffee or something? Man, could you imagine dwarves making coffee? That reminds you of the roast plump helmet, wind with minced and sewer brew. Roast plump helmet with minced sewer brew. I mean, I would imagine, so sewer brew is the least valuable beverage in Dwarf Fortress. Plump helmet wine with minced sewer brew. So I would imagine that sewer brew would only be useful as a, like, a marinade. Because, like, you know, I don't like Bud Light at all. But, like, you can marinate some meat with other things and Bud Light. Like, if I'm going to use, if I have shitty beer, I'll marinate some meat in that. But I'm not gonna drink Bud Light, right? I kind of wonder if, like, that, if Sewer Brew and Dwarf Fortress would be any good just as a marinade. If dwarves made coffee, it'd probably be strong enough to vibrate humans. I mean, I make coffee that's strong already. I'll be back in a second. I'm just gonna go prep my lunch stuff and grab a sweater because I'm actually shivering. Almost. It's very cold in here. I will be back in a sec. All right, I return. Took me a second to find my sweater because I did laundry, and doing laundry made me lose the location of my sweater because I have a pile of laundry on my bed and a pile of laundry next to my bed and a pile of laundry in my washing machine. Well, dryer, rather. So it took me a second. I wonder what would happen if you drank that. What? Coffee made by dwarves that would be strong enough to vibrate you through walls? Well, obviously, you'd gain the superpower of being able to vibrate through walls. What's up, Mirthsoft? What's up? Those things. And Psycon, it's good to see you. Sorry about yesterday, by the way. I was in a weird mood. But what's up? It's good to see you. I would try coffee that would make me vibrate through walls. Like if a coffee company was like, there is so much caffeine in this, you will physically be able to vibrate through a wall, I'd be like, try me. We'll see. we'll see that. How does this works? Okay, so I've set up sound commands for you, so you have access to those. But the tier that you were at, if I'm not mistaken, means I owe you a custom sound command Freskins for a whole year. So you can send me a 9-second MP3 or give me a YouTube video and I can set it up offline, so off stream. But you, assuming it doesn't cause me to get shot out of the sky by the DMCA police, we are all good. It can be whatever you want it to be. I mean, fuck, I could make you something on this Moog synthesizer if you really want. Man, that would be really cool. I could have like a sound command where like I make you an intro theme. Anyway, I could have like another tier or like another bonus where I make you your own. Anyway, have that as an option. Exclamation point new. I need to make some fart sounds on the Moog that just makes it do that. Just. Do we have another tier? Not currently, no. No. I'm not adding any other tiers anytime soon, though. I mean, well, there is technically the stupid expensive one which no human being should purchase, which is, I don't know what the fuck I'll do, but it's here if you want it. Because someone asked me to make a higher tier for a month once, so I still have it.
Nani?
Nani. How's it going? I have coffee, so pretty good. And I slept through the whole night 2 nights in a row. What is this madness? And I went to bed early. I feel alive. Although one of my records got warped, and I'm sad. Although it only cost me $1, so I'm not that sad. I'm not sure how it happened, but it was warped. Must have been when they were stored in the box still. What's that then? It's way more expensive. The most expensive tier I have is $89 a month. Although I'm trying to think of what I could do for a $40 a month one. That would be reasonable. Or like a $38.99 or something. I don't know. But that one is a whole year of sound commands, dude. You get a custom sound command for a whole year. That's kind of crazy. If it feels a bit cheap, then I don't know what to tell you at that point. I'm not sure when I went to bed because I wasn't in. Okay, look at this door. Giggity. Meditate on lust. Isn't that just called watching porn? Like what is meditating on lust? I guess this dwarf is channeling their inner sting, I guess. Might have gone a bit overboard on the melatonin. Yeah, that sounds like... I mean, if you slept for 10 hours. First time you've done that in roughly 4 years? Jeez. I slept for like 20-something hours last year one day. Yeah, he's doing solo tantra. That's the word I was looking for. He's getting into tantra. Meditating on lust. Do you worship a god of lust? Oh, there you go. The embraced roses. English the embraced roses. Most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with lust. Right. And the god of jewels and wealth. There you go. Dwarfsturbation? Yeah, they just gently stroke their beard. You know what? I don't even want to get into that. Let's just change the subject right now. That would be really good. Cheers, Jamie is going to go complain and is going back to individual combat drills. But we've got a good amount of dwarves relaxing right now, which is what we need. You have a beard? You know what? Like I said, let's just change the subject right now. Gold poke. Let's just gently change the subject right now. But yeah, Freskins, you should be able to type an exclamation point annoy me. And all of those commands should work for you, but I also owe you a custom one. So you can have something like Audio Coaster's trombone. But as far as the sound command feeling a bit cheap, I mean, there's a point where all I can say is you're doing more than I could ever ask a person to do by subscribing yearly at that tier. So you do whatever you want to do at that point. It's like, if that feels cheap, then I don't know. That's more than I could ask for, logically, from a person. All right. Yeah, it's just we just kind of got to get the few down flashing arrows to stop doing that. And you're going to extort them for a 500 a month. I mean, if you can successfully extort another 500 a month out of your job, get a fucking job. Do that. Join me and buy synthesizers. I don't know. Beyond that, like, I don't know for the Patreon, because yeah, I don't know. Right now, the problem with the Patreon and other tiers is there really isn't anything I can offer on top of what I already offer that would be a reasonable amount of time for myself. So for higher tiers, it's just kind of I don't know. I don't know. Between subscribing on Twitch and then supporting on Patreon as well, I don't know what else to ask for, really, or what else I can offer. So this is a problem that I have, chat. Amazon is recommending Arturia. When you get into synthesizers, Amazon starts recommending scary things. Amazon is recommending the Arturia Matrix Brute 49 key analog synthesizer, which is $3,149. Amazon, can you not do that? That's mean. That's just like, if you're gonna recommend stuff, at the very least recommend something that I could reasonably afford in the next 15 years. And a baby dwarf comes out of it. I mean, it's more like they tentatively stand next to each other and then a baby appears. I much prefer when Amazon's recommending, like, webcams. You're somewhat disappointed. So if you, by default, no. All right? So by default, female dwarves in DF do not have beards. So in my personal headcanon, they don't. However, dwarf is very contortable. There is one line of code you need to change in the INI files to give female dwarves beards if you want them to have beards. So it's up to you. They can or they can't. It's way easier to tell them apart if they don't, so I don't have them. A teenage engineering OP1. I don't like the OP1, even though it's ludicrously powerful. It's too small. Like, actually, it's too small. And it's like, as someone who used an OP1 once, you have to, like, squint at it to fucking see what you're doing. Like, I don't know. Part of the reason I like Eurorack is, like, if someone's offering me a teenage engineering OP1, I'll take it. I'm just to be clear. But it's like, the thing about Eurorack is everything's big and clear, and I can easily, as somebody with shitty eyes, I can easily just, like, look at it and know what everything does. But, like, an OP1, it's like, Jesus. It's like, you know what a piccolo is, right? The tiny little fuck-off itty-bitty baby flute? It's like the difference between a piccolo and the biggest brass instrument you can find. It's like, yeah, you could do really cool things on a piccolo, but it's like, this fucking big. Or like it's the difference between like a kazoo and a piano. Yes, you can play stuff on a kazoo, and it can sound pretty cool. But I'd rather have a piano. You know what I'm saying? Maybe not. I don't know. From ukulele to a guitar. It's the difference between a ukulele and a guitar. There you go. Both perfectly valid instruments. Here's the thing, Paranoid Android. I'm totally fine with you putting beards on your lady dwarves. As somebody who didn't grow up with Pratchett, it's never been in any of my headcanons for dwarves, and it weirds me the fuck out. So I vastly prefer dwarves that don't have beards. It's just weird to me. There's also one line in Tolkien like that. And now that treasure arrives again. It's so neat having a new human treasure. I think my other human treasurer finally died. Because PogChamp looks like something different every day. Every single day we get a different PogChamp. Because the old PogChamp, who is, or the original face of the emote of PogChamp, is... Do you want me to give you the list of the reasons why he's not PogChamp anymore? Because I could give you the list of reasons. And it's a very good list of reasons, too. And a human caravan has arrived to trade. It's time to bring stuff over here to trade. All right, he's a flat earther, COVID denier, conspiracy theorist, transphobe, homophobe, piece of shit, who is a political activist on the internet, who's very loud about supporting a certain president with orange skin, and is generally a royal piece of shit. That's why. He went fucking batshit nuts insane on the internet over the past, like, 4 years or so. Before that, he was just an asshole who liked to cheat on his girlfriends, and was generally disliked in the fighting game community. Then he went totally batshit nuts in the last 4 years. And then when the invasion of the White House was happening, he was all like, yo, the violence should continue, more or less, and was like telling people to keep the violence going. And then Twitch was all like, yeah, we're removing PogChamp. And then Day 9... who's a StarCraft commentator and very well known in the games community, was all like, yo, Twitch, how about instead of having Gutex, who's the piece of shit, as PogChamp, why don't we instead just make it a different face every single time someone types in PogChamp? Because PogChamp has kind of just become the, oh my god, like, emote in the like, vocabulary of every streamer. And then Twitch instead was like, well, we can't do that. So how about we get a new one every 24 hours? So every 24 hours, a streamer or somebody or something from the Twitch community is PogChamp. So I think anybody who streams can just go submit your face. And every day we get a different one, which is kind of awesome, in my opinion. It's a really fucking good way to make the best of a shitty situation. Also, hey, Gorge, what's up, dude? How's things? A real fucking good way to make the most of a shitty situation. Dog bone shield? Good stuff. All right, what are we going to trade? We're going to trade all those. And all the clothing I don't need. Could have just done this whole page. Enjoy the lurk, Scorch. Don't need to apologize. So glad to be in a DF stream. Well, I'm here 6 days a week, more or less. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? Also, breakfast. You're in Australia? Question mark? Trying to think, like, what time of the world would it be breakfast time? Unless you, like, slept in. What do I think about adventure mode? I think it's fantastic, but I think it's really difficult to stream. And it makes me want to play other roguelikes that have more content. Ah, crap. Never mind. Whoops. Running on automatic here. Thought I was in a different menu. Let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. $24K dwarf bucks? Not bad, man. Not bad. Not bad at all. Got to give that dwarf a pat on the head. Making a thing that's worth a lot of dwarf bucks. Okay, well then you're in my time zone. Hello, fellow West Coaster. I'm trying to think, it's like, what part of the world would it be like morning? Enjoy your brunch. Reinforced with iron and leather and decorated with onyx. Well, that's how you manage dwarves. Convince them to make that. Bum, bum, bum. Trying to see, what have I missed? Ooh, real shitty pigtail cloak. That can get traded. Fellow Western Coaster. Hello, fellow Western Coaster. How be you? Yeah, I'm up in Vancouver, Canada, if anybody's wondering. Well, greater Vancouver area. I can't afford to live in Vancouver. Not that I want to either. Fuck that shit. I'm totally content with just simply being close enough to Vancouver that I could get to downtown in about 30 minutes via transit. Well, 40. 40 minutes from here to downtown. Folko Fury, the mayor, has been reelected. I mean, he is, like, kindred spirits with literally every dwarf in the fort. And could keel over and die immediately. Yeah, there's enough people who watch this stream from the greater Vancouver area that I could easily probably fill a small venue with people. One day. One day. It'll happen. Once we can actually go outside again. Or once I can go outside again. But we'll get there. Also, I'm convinced that there's an ASMR streamer who lives close to me. There is an ASMR streamer that I stumbled into the channel of once who had like a couple hundred people watching. And the buildings in the backdrop outside of the window behind her look very, very similar to the buildings that are close to where I live. And I was going for a walk pretty late at night relatively recently, and I glanced up at one of the high-rises, and one of them was, like, glowing purple. Like, they had a lot of those LED lights in them. Like, I have LED lights in my apartment, too, just because I like them. But it was glowing purple in such a way that I'm like, shit, I'm pretty sure that is the apartment that one ASMR streamer is from. And I'm not intentionally stalking somebody, I swear, but I'm mostly certain I know exactly where that person lives. It's kind of funny. Also, there's somebody in my apartment building who plays Fortnite on what I think is a 60-inch flat screen TV. What a waste of such a good TV. Absolutely disgusting. It was snowing this morning, actually. It was... I woke up this morning and my thermometer state told me that it was -4 and feels like -5 outside, and it was snowing. It was nice and warm today. I joke. Actually, but generally, like, we sit around freezing here. Excuse me. What part of the world are you from that just saying Canada makes you shiver? I should stream bomb that person. I should just, like, hold a sign up and be like, ah! But for what it's worth, I'm pretty sure that that person is on, like, easily the 20th floor, so that would be difficult. I didn't actually count the number of floors, but I think it's about the 20th floor. They're pretty high up in a building. So I could stream bomb that person, and yeah, no one would know because they wouldn't see me doing jumping jacks or whatever I'd be doing down on the ground floor. Actually, if it is that apartment, I do know somebody who lives in one of the other buildings in the background, and in theory, I could go stand on the roof of one of the buildings in the background, but I'd be too small to show up on stream. So, you complain when you see snow in the UK? When we see snow here, it's just kind of a groan because it means that it's going to be a couple of days before the snowplows drive down from one of the other provinces where they actually need it. Oh no, Goldpoke is throwing a tantrum. Also, why didn't that body get put away? What? Did I not have enough coffins? Excuse me? I guess I didn't. All right, well, I need to fix that problem. I thought I did that yesterday, but I guess I didn't. There's just been a body for 3 seasons? 2 seasons? Uh-oh. Statue toppled, statue toppled. Anybody reporting the crimes? Yep. Welp. Unfortunately, Diamond Destruct, you're gonna have to go do work. Because Goldpoke is canceling a lot of things and committing a lot of crimes. Oh my god. Hold on a second. Did you topple a tantrum? Ooh. Now you're beating somebody. You're beating Metzes. Stop that. This dwarf toppled a statue in a temple and didn't get cursed. Oh, you did nothing, Diamond, but you're going to need to go be a cop. So Goldpoke just toppled a lot of statues in a temple, but didn't get cursed. Damn! You hear mixed emotions? I love snow. Snow's great. But what I don't like is when people fucking don't clean their sidewalks. Because legally, you have to clean your sidewalk. You can get fined for not cleaning sidewalk in front of your house or your business. 2 counts of vandalism, 1 count of disorderly conduct. Oh boy. So it's illegal to not clean your sidewalk, right? And when people don't clean their sidewalks, it's awful because then the snow freezes. It does notify you when they've been cursed, yeah. It would notify me that they have been cursed to stalk during the night in search of blood, or they are cursed to become the form of X creature during a full moon. And they knocked over 2 statues and an altar. So, anyway, Diamond Destruct is now putting this dwarf in prison. For how many days, actually? Oh shit, there's another count of vandalism? Well, there you go. Also beat him a little bit in advance, I think. $29 days? Yeah, 29 days. In prison. That's not bad, actually, considering all of the counts of vandalism and considering this dwarf. Yeah, you got beaten, too. Also a beating. Literally, like, punched him a whole bunch. And is now putting him in prison. So you got to beat the crap out of him, Diamond, and now you're putting him in a cell. And he gets to go into a cell next to the cell with the dwarf with the vampire in it. So just, you know, don't mind the screaming from the cell next to you. Because he's very upset. Oh, what? Why are you putting him in that cell? That's easily the worst prison cell. Well, we need to improve this prison cell a little bit. Let's give you 2 cabinets and, you know, maybe like an iron chest and a statue, some more statues, so you can have a nice prison. How do you feel about your... well, okay, so Diamond feels satisfied after chaining up a creature. Doesn't even, like, describe him as a dwarf. Describes him as a creature. I chained up a creature. That was satisfying. Wow. Also in the last season, he felt zealous after punishing somebody with a beating, but was embarrassed after the lack of dining tables, but felt zealous after punishing somebody with a beating. This fucking guy. Let's also give you a table, a chair, and a table, and a chair. So you got lots of tables and chairs and a bunch of thrones. If that didn't make you happy, I don't know what will. Now, what does Gold Poke think about this prison? He was humiliated after being confined. Was afraid after experiencing trauma. Oh no. How is you confined to the humiliation? Uh-oh. This isn't good. Other country. I don't know what that means. I mean, I remember hearing on the news that there was a low security... There was a low security prison relatively close to where I grew up. That I remember hearing on the news... They were asking for more budgets to put Xbox. Like this was, I was pretty young. This was when Xboxes were new. They were asking for more budgets, and the reason and my dad was very frustrated because he thought that this was very silly because it got approved. They were asking for more budget so that they could put Xboxes, OG Xboxes, in every group cell. So group cell of up to 8 prisoners, and they wanted to put an Xbox and 4 controllers in every group cell of 8 prisoners. And my dad was very frustrated that it got approved. It's like, they don't need video games in prisons. What the... Remember him ranting and rampaging about that. And me thinking, that seems kind of nice. Hang out with a bunch of people in prison and, like, get to play video games? This doesn't seem so bad. All right, let's get training going. Or trading going before these traders leave. I was distracted by the combat. Here you're lucky to get a bed. I mean, that's a very low security prison that's mostly focused on rehabilitation. So you'd get paper to sleep on. Here's your bread and water. Hey, I mean, in Finland, you're lucky to have a heater so you don't freeze to death, right? That would be my main concern in Finland. It's like, well, I hope you don't put me outside. I mean, that's just a tropical paradise, isn't it? You just, they just let you hang out outside, right? As long as you get AC. Well, not quite a tropical paradise, but like, it's like a vacation home. I mean, in Finland in the winter, it would be like very cold. Did you make 8,000 blocks? Making good progress. I'm at like 40,000, I think, if not more. What, an Isle of Man? I was there's a viewer here who works at a liquor store in the Caribbean, and he complains about like parrots being real loud in the morning. And if you live in the Caribbean, I don't think you have the right to complain about anything, really. If you live in a tropical paradise. I mean, you do have the right to complain about things, but everybody has the right to complain. What, complain about parrots being loud? Come on. Come on. I was watching Cat on Mars, who's currently residing in the in the tropical paradise known as Hawaii, and he complains that it's too hot all the time. I'm like, you live in Hawaii. Come on. You live in a small Albanian town, and there's pretty much only known for its high security underground prison built by a communist regime. Is this prison still in use? I don't live in the Caribbean, and parrots are really loud in the morning. Did you intend to all caps the parrots are really loud? With the lowercase p. That's really funny. Watch an armor smithing demonstration. Who's doing the armor smithing demonstration? Dredvik is organizing an armor smithing demonstration. That's awesome. And is getting positive moods from that. Never mind. Doesn't feel anything after doing organizing an armor smithing demonstration. Unexciting life. Are you a hardened individual? Doesn't feel envious of others. This dwarf should be depressed. How is this dwarf not depressed? Also, was that corpse gone? Yes. Never bothered you because when you lived there were parrots and you woke up stupidly early anyway? Fair enough. On top of that, most people believe it's haunted because hundreds of people were executed there back in the day. So what is it now? Was that it? Like, is it still used for anything? Because I find that, like, that shit's kind of morbid, but I find it weirdly fascinating. Especially when those things get repurposed for other things. Oh, they're playing a human. I like this. The humans come by, and my dwarves play human music. The humans almost... The old human... treasurer would come by with a handheld string instrument. This one's playing one of the stationary ones that I built ages ago, an earthenware galom, which is a stationary percussion instrument. It consists of an hourglass and a ceramic drum, and a leather head. The musician strikes the head, strike the head of the instrument, and it produces a complex sound that cannot be said to be of a single pitch. Now, none of my dwarves know how to play it, but we were able to construct it. This human, who is our new outpost liaison, obviously knows how to play it because he's playing it, and the dwarves are simulating an instrument I don't have, simulating two instruments I don't have, and singing a human song, which we've obviously learned from the humans that have come by over the years and have performed them. That's really fucking cool. I'm just geeking out over the fact that this human who is new to the fortress, who recently became our outpost liaison, has come by, or our royal treasurer, who's basically a diplomat, has come by and is playing an instrument that I constructed like 50 years ago in this fortress. And the dwarves are singing along like they know the dances. That's really fucking cool. And now they're performing something different because the other humans have moved. Are you playing another? Oh, now the human's playing an elven instrument, a ralliro, which is which is also a stationary instrument. What is this? Yeah, this is an elven instrument that I purchased from the elves ages ago. A grown featherwood ralliro, which is a large stationary silk-stringed instrument with a wooden body, which the elves grew and we purchased from. Unrelated to the current topic, but you want to say that you found a D&D group after Chad helped you out the other day? We also went ahead, Robotic, and made a tabletop room on Discord. So if you want to talk about tabletop-related things, organized groups, or anything, you can do that now. But yeah. It was temporarily made into a museum, but it was reopened, or in this case, reclosed to be used as a prison for serious crimes. That kind of sucks that it's no longer a museum. That's the sort of place I would want to go on a vacation, or like as a tourist destination, because I'm weird like that. Although one of my favorite examples of that is I remember seeing pictures of it. I'm not entirely certain where it is, but there is a prison that was repurposed as a music venue in the States. So it's an old prison, but like it's just like the 2 rows of cells with all of the stairs going up. And then the end of it has a stage built there, and it's been repurposed into a music venue, which is way too fucking cool to me. All you do is drunkenly hit it? They were made to play this instrument? No, you drunkenly hit it precisely when you need to hit it. It's all about timing. So if you're just drunkenly slamming the thing, that's not going to sound very good. It's all about timing with the other instruments, which a drunken dwarf ain't very good at. But no, it's actually really interesting when you see dwarves learn how to play an instrument. Because you have to look at the instruments that they simulate when they are dancing. Oh, never mind. That's an old combat log that I just never cleared. There's a difference between a dwarf that is simulating an instrument and then a dwarf that is actually playing an instrument. So it's really neat when you see them playing an instrument. Uh-oh. This dwarf got beaten again in prison. I hope that you're going to be okay, Gold Poke. This dwarf might be fucked, I think. I might be losing that dwarf. Just wood is used to build beds. I don't know if you can make them out of wood blocks, actually. I never make wood into blocks, so I don't know. But no, just normal ass wood logs are used to make beds. Using sewer pipes, Shawshank Redemption style? Did they dig through the wall too? I don't know. I find that stuff fascinating. Like there's a really shitty, and I'm aware that it's shitty, TV show called Inside Our World's Toughest Prisons. And it's just this kind of cheesy TV show host, and he just does a week in the prison, except like with a camera dude following him around. So he just is a prisoner for a week, and I find that shit way too interesting. And he spends the week like interviewing the prisoners, but also having to work as a normal prisoner, so he only gets to interview during open times. And often like they straight up just will ignore him or like kind of shun him off in the corner. And then some people are just like super interested in talking to him. It's a very weird show. Like it's very much another one of those reality TV shows that you kind of need to take it with a grain of salt, but it's still kind of neat. I find that shit way too interesting. You watched it on Blaze? No idea what Blaze is, but it's on Netflix, so that's where I watch it. Can't use block? Yeah, no, you'll have to just like to make beds you have to use wood then, I would assume. Man, now that you say that about dwarves drunkenly hitting a drum, I really wish dwarves, like, when we get boats in 75,000 years, I would love dragon boats. Just big old drum for the dwarves to hit. Be able to put a musical instrument at the front of your boat to synchronize the oars. That would actually be really cool. In order for, like, dwarves to drive, I guess, pilot a boat in a straight line, they need a drum. Otherwise, they don't know when to paddle. TV network in the UK? Okay. Mostly copies of History. Yeah, I think it's a History Channel thing. So wait, is that where you watch Pawn Stars? Hi, I'm Rick Harrison, and this is my pawn shop. Terrible show, but I love it. Absolutely horrible show. I'm pretty sure I've seen like the first 10 seasons of Pawn Stars. Shut up, Rick Harrison. No, I don't care about your pawn shop, but I will watch that show. For more than just the memes. The memes are like 60% of it, though. I will admit that. Apparently somebody made Twitch Plays Dwarf Fortress. What? Chat, there's a Twitch Plays Dwarf Fortress adventure mode. This thing. Here, I'll drop a link in chat. Chum got arrested for something? Probably. I wouldn't be surprised. That's kind of neat. It's literally just like type in the keyboard commands. But you type a tilde before the keyboard command. That's kind of neat. We should raid Twitch Plays Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode at the end of this. Good luck running that, though, because it's hard as balls to... For guns and maybe a drug? Maybe a drug? Well, it definitely wasn't weed, because weed is legal in Las Vegas, I think. Pretty sure recreational weed is legal there. I don't know. Doesn't surprise me. Chumley, I've heard things about Chumley being a royal shitbag in person. I've heard things about all of the guys from Pawn Stars being royal shitbags in person. So, although I did actually meet one of the dudes from Pawn Stars at TwitchCon in LA, actually. Not directly from Pawn Stars. The guy from the toy shop that they call sometimes when they need to get a toy looked at. They're like, I don't know, is this action figure valuable? And then they call that one bloke from the Toy Shack, I think it's called, who's up the street. He was at TwitchCon for some fucking reason. And it was kind of a, oh, hi, I've seen you on Pawn Stars. He goes, yeah, I get that a lot. And then he asked me what I do. And then I told him what I do. And then he goes, that's a cool job. And then we talked for a couple of minutes about Twitch-related shit. And then he went to go meet somebody. Which probably means I don't want to talk to this person anymore. Generally. And then me and Hobo saw him a second time a little bit later in the Irish pub across the street. It was like, oh, it's that guy from Pawn Stars. What the fuck? Weird conversations. Still not the weirdest person I met at TwitchCon, though. Actually, I think the weirdest thing I ever saw at TwitchCon was Co-Carnage calling somebody a cunt. that was the weirdest thing I've seen at TwitchCon. Although I should, like, hold all those memories close to my heart because I ain't going to a TwitchCon for a long time. Free's in custody. What did I do? Or rather, what did Free do? Whoops. I must have missed a mandate. Yep, looks like it. Blissful, remembering a fantastic bedroom. Well, you're a very happy dwarf. Hopefully, you survive your time in prison. Was alcohol involved? No, he saw somebody who he was good friends with. Ko swears a lot in person. Ko's kind of like Das Valdez. If you've ever watched Das Valdez, he's a Kerbal Space Program / science streamer. Das Valdez is G-rated on Twitch. You can't say shit-talky mushrooms in his chat without his bot banning you for 24 hours for not being classy. You say damn it in his chat, you will get banned for a very long time. 24 hours for not being classy. Fresh meat. Oh no, that's distressing. But autumn has come. It's almost tribute season again. But yeah, in person, Co-Carnage is very loose with his language. Excuse me. So yeah, no, he's very much a what's up motherfucker kind of person in person. And he saw somebody I don't know, but said, "What's up, you dumb cunt," to a friend of his. That's probably one of the weirder things I've seen at TwitchCon. That or just Das Valdez swearing in person, because Das Valdez swears a lot in person, which is also very strange. Because I'm used to Das Valdez being like a G-rated, like his stream is shown in classrooms, so he's very much like elementary school friendly stream. So it's real funny when you see Das Valdez in person, and the first thing he says is, "It's good to fucking see you," and stuff like that. Or "I'm really fucking happy," and stuff like that. Streamers that you're not used to seeing swear is always a little bit shocking in person. Fucking God, this human civ brings us more, I think, than I've ever traded to them. These guys bring so much stuff. Apparently someone is fucking around on my Discord. Children. 5 prickle berries. What's below the 5 prickle berries? Strawberry plants and alpaca brain. They brought 5 prepared alpaca brains. I'm not prepared for that alpaca brain. Oopsies, wrong button. Wrong button twice. That's the button I was looking for. Trying to screenshot this stuff for stone. Even though I'm doing this out of order. I'm sure he'll figure it out. Good lord. They're bringing us so much tribute. Please stop. I wish that I could stop them from bringing tribute without killing them. What's a tribute? So this is kind of advanced, but I did a video about this too, but I can explain it real quickly. You can raid other factions. One of the options for raiding other factions is you can demand ongoing tribute instead of just going and killing them, which is, it's the default, is going and killing them. But you can set it so that you demand a single time tribute. You can demand ongoing tribute. You can just try and free prisoners. There's a lot of different options. I didn't make this river. This river is natural. I built around it because it's not technically a river. It's a brook. I'll explain the difference in a second if you want. I demanded tribute from 3 different factions. So every year, these guys, and these guys all bring me tribute. So they bring me free stuff, basically. A lot of random garbage is what that actually means. But this is a brook, so you can walk over it without falling in or risk of drowning. It's very shallow. I would have to disturb it to turn it into actual water that you could drown in, like this one. This is actual water you could drown in, whereas this is just a brook that you can't drown in. Fish will spawn in water that you can drown in and stuff, which there is actually a fish here. What is that? A sailfin molly. Is that showing up on my... No, it's not. Okay, it's just vermin. It's not actually a spawned-in creature. Interesting. Huh. I could probably tell the dwarves to fish up here. Should I make the dwarves fish up here? What do you guys think? I could do that. But yeah, that's what a tribute is. If you watch the how to become a trade hub video, that's where I explain that. Glad I could provide said information. I mean, I have no need for food. I also have no need for drink. I have so much of everything that it doesn't matter. Anything I make the dwarves do, I make them do it as a hobby. Basically, this dwarven fortress has become a utopian society where we want for nothing. So when I make them produce things, aside from clothing, which is the only thing we actually require generally, I just make them make food once every 3 or 4 years, and then we're good for a while. Same with drinks. Every 3 or 4 years, I just tell them to make 1,000 drinks, and then we're good. they want for nothing. So anything I make them do is a hobby. It's a form of entertainment. They're constructing things as something to do to feel satisfied. They're making bricks as something to do to feel satisfied. I make a bunch of armor every now and again so they feel satisfied. Guilty upon being confined, but is actively getting more positive moods than negative views from being in prison, so that's good. Speaking of prisoners, how did Gate Nerd, or not Gate Nerd, Goldpoke do at the end? Where is Goldpoke? I don't see you. That's not a good sign. There you are. No job. Satisfied at work, relieved when crying on somebody in charge, relieved when yelling at somebody in charge, frustrated after being unable to acquire anything for too long, felt euphoric due to inebriation, lonely after being away from family, satisfied after mastering discipline. Oh boy. His neck is dented. Well, your time in the military might be shortened because of that. I also agree, though. I hate Fisher Dwarves as well. Fisher Dwarves are kind of dumb. But maybe... But yeah, they've made a perfectly functioning Twitch Plays adventure mode. That's really cool. I wonder how often that's going to be live. Because adventure mode is perfectly playable through Twitch chat because it's turn-based. That's actually really cool. I'm going to post it over on Discord if anybody wants to go to it. Is elvish furniture and arrows anything good? So you don't want elven armor. You don't want elven furniture. You don't want elven weapons because everything they make is made out of wood. And wood is like one of the lowest value things in the game. So even though it could be the highest possible quality, it's made of wood. So thus by default, it's crap. However, the elves do bring animals, tame animals. So animals that you can immediately breed. And they bring animals that are sometimes difficult to find. So in my case, I have a bunch of unicorns that I've traded for. It took me about 50 years of bartering back and forth with or more than that, it was closer to 100 years of bartering back and forth with the elves to actually get a breeding pair of unicorns, because I kept just bringing male unicorns and no female ones, which was not frustrating, but a little bit tedious and took forever. Now, that being said, it is certainly worth trying to trade for those breeding pairs to be able to breed animals. They'll also bring things like giant grizzly bears, or just grizzly bears, or moose, or cattle, or yaks, which are delicious. So even if you don't want to, necessarily breed them, it's still worth it to trade with the elves purely to get those delicious giant animals. Yes, but you don't want... Okay, so in the current version of the game, you don't want to use training weapons unless you don't actually plan for them to go into the military. Like in my case, I'll use training weapons for nobles if they want to learn a specific weapon. Because if they get too many, If they get too attached to the weapons, then they'll get sad if you take the weapon away from them. And if it's a trash weapon, then like a training weapon, then not necessarily the best thing. I'm just going to literally trade all of this extracts because I'm not really making cheese right now. You can buy 2 yaks right now, male and female. Do you want to learn how to take care of them? Because you can pasture them, but they need to graze. So they need to be on grass or moss to be able to not die. Do you know how to pasture them? Because I can show you how to make a pasture. You have a pasture set? All right. So as long as they have somewhere to graze, I mean, like, the pastures I have set up right now, I don't actually have a video on it, but the pastures I have set up right now are these. I have these little fences, and they live in these areas. I keep all the trees cut down in the pasture areas, and they have sunlight. They'll also want water. So if you're in an area that freezes, make sure you have a water source so the dwarves can bring them water. But this area does freeze occasionally, but we have plenty of water sources, so my dwarves can bring them water because I have a well set up. But they all have these little pools so they can get water. This one over here is full of calves, which we're going to be eating burgers, my dudes. And then this one's filled with sheep, and then this one's filled with unicorns. Do you know how to put them in a pasture? Yes, that's the important thing. Do you know how to actually put them in the pasture? You have to select the pasture and hit capital N and then select the animals you want in the pasture. So if I want to make a new pasture, oh yeah, that was my temporary one. I can delete that. Yeah. Yeah, and then select which ones you put in there. Yeah, perfect. You got it. It's pretty easy. And then if you want to do poultry like ducks, in order to get eggs from them, you need to make them nest boxes. So like over here, I have a chicken. I had a male chicken or a rooster running around. Not sure what happened to him, but this chicken will occasionally lay eggs in these nest boxes, and dwarves will run up and collect them. So you have to make nest boxes. Yeah, you don't need the water. The water is optional. If you don't have water, if they need water, which they will occasionally, I think if it's raining, they don't need water. But anyway, occasionally they'll need water. If they need water, a dwarf will grab a bucket. If they have animal caretaking, they'll grab a bucket. They will run somewhere where they can get water, and they'll bring them water. And they'll just do that in the background, and it'll be so efficient you won't ever even notice it. So there is that. Free is gaining positive moods from being in prison. This is why it's worth making a prison. This dwarf is guilty after being confined, which sucks. But feels pleasure near a completely sublime restraint, pleasure near a completely sublime instrument, enraptured after communing with the future. I think that one might also have a temple in it. Feels pleasure after being near a fine container, bored after being unable to practice a craft, which is normal, and pleasure near a fine door and a cabinet. Like, he's actively just getting happier being in prison. I mean, you hit the jackpot, man. You did real good. Soon, the beautiful bank account filled with tickets of authority denial will be worth bajillions of infinite imaginary internet fake bucks. You will be the greatest digital fake billionaire ever made. I have faith. I don't know what I'm saying. I kind of ran out of ideas halfway through that sentence. It might have been obvious. Yeah. I mean, one of my first real fortresses, once I seriously started getting into DF, had a dead cat in it for like months because I didn't know how to, deal with dead cats. And I still feel kind of bad. Let's automate all this, actually. Get all this stuff out of here. Yeah, it's sometimes kind of hard to explain stuff in DF because, like, when people are just like, what are some beginner tips? It's like, well, what do you know? Sometimes it's like well, if you know a decent amount of stuff about Dwarf Fortress, it's really difficult to, like, give you beginner tips because, well, I don't know what you already know. And if I'm just telling you information that you already know, that's a wee bit redundant, in it. Makes things kind of complicated. We're mining out more iron ore already. Look at all this. But your animals aren't dying. That's a positive. The dwarves should corral the animals into the place that you have set as their pasture. That's what should happen. And it shouldn't take too long. It should be pretty quick. And if they've been found starved to death, that means that you forgot to pasture them. Man, we're almost at the remove all of this on-stream goals. Goal for Patreon. I have 2 goals for Patreon. The first one is if I hit $500 a month, I will shut off the sub goal and everything. All of the sub goals on stream. And if we hit $1,000 a month, I will shut off the leaderboards on the top of chat, which we're pretty damn close to. Fucking finally, that took forever. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We have updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? This time I will actually request stuff, unlike last time when I thought I was in a different menu and didn't. Trying to think. What are some fun things I could request from them? I should request roosters and chickens, because I would like to actually get poultry up and running. So let's find pets. Actually, livestock are often a pretty good thing to import. The problem I have with importing livestock is I import livestock, forget I imported livestock, and then don't actually buy the livestock I imported. Because I'm smart. The biggest tip to new players is to explore the menus and explore the options, and in a no stress fort where my biggest tip to new players is don't stress about having idlers, actually. Don't stress about having idlers. And then I also tell them about the moon and what the moon means. But yeah, don't stress about idlers. Like if you have dwarves idling in your fort, that's fine. That's totally fine, and it's going to happen, and it's going to happen a lot. You're not playing the game wrong just because you have idlers. You don't know about the moon? Well, let me show you about the moon. The moon is this. That little thing. Here, I'll zoom in. See it? Right above the minus layer 15. That's the moon. It's very important. It tells you if the moon is half moon, medium moon, or full moon. If you have full moon, it means were creature can show up. Were creature bed. If you have were creature in your fort, they won't be a were creature unless the moon is full. It appears as a 0 when the moon is full. In fact, I can point it out to you when the moon is full. It'll also disappear when there is no moon. It's really funny because in the Steam version, there's this big fucking... Actually, I can show you in a screenshot if I pop open Steam for a second. Dwarf Fortress. The Steam version has this big fucking moon right here. And when this was announced, or when these screenshots were released, everybody's like, why the fuck's there a moon there? And I'm like, there's always been a moon there. And then, yeah, like, longtime Dwarf Fortress players are like, yeah, never noticed that. Never knew that was a thing. Like, yeah, so it means you don't have any were creatures in your fort. You're safe. Also, the forces of evil are significantly, by evil I mean undead, are significantly more likely to attack on a full moon than they are. They can attack not on a full moon, but the forces of evil, so like goblins, zombies, that sort of stuff, are much more likely to attack during a full moon. So it's good to know when there's a full moon, because it means if you're not getting attacked by things on the full moon, it's less likely that there's were creatures close by. Also, if you get a weird lag spike out of nowhere and you're like, where the fuck did that come from? If the moon is full, probably means that there's a were creature somewhere in a big city murdering a lot of people. Because the game is keeping track of everything that's going, or approximately what's going on in every other fortress in the world, right? So if something happens in a fortress that causes the population to plummet, if something really bad happens, it's very likely that something bad is happening in another fort. Like, big war going on, a lot of people dying somewhere. That can cause your frame rate to drop. I think I traded. Anyway, that can cause your frame rate to drop. So if you get a sudden large hit to your frame rate, might mean there's a were creature somewhere in another fort. And you might need to start keeping an eye out for were creatures. You don't see them in the menu available to pasture? It's probably... They would be under in cages. If you don't see them, do you have a stockpile set to kind of everything? Your dwarves might be trying to haul them to a stockpile. Make an animal stockpile. So go P, hit A, don't go P, hit the letter P on your keyboard. It's different. I am a child with my sense of humor. And do that. Thoughts on the Dwarf Fortress Steam release? I'm excited. As somebody who makes content on the internet, it is an opportunity for me to vastly expand my audience. But in reality, I'm just excited for a lot of people to get the opportunity to experience this really cool video game that they might be too scared to otherwise. And I can stop begging my friends to play it because they'll actually try it. Instead of just going, yeah, that game looks like a lot of work. Well, I don't want to play a game that has keyboard support. That doesn't have mouse support natively. But, like, you can do that with mods. But that's a lot of work. I'm so tired of the that's a lot of work excuse for not playing DF. It's a fun fucking video game. Play the fun fucking video game. Yeah, weirdos. Yeah, I'm tired of trying to convince my friends to try the greatest game ever made. But, that's the short version. Why do you ask? What are your thoughts on the Steam release, Razian? You asked me. Time for you to give me yours. But as a content creator, term I hate, as an entertainer on the internet who uses Dwarf Fortress as a portion of as a very heavy portion of my show, whoops, and uses mugs to smack the bottom of my microphone because I'm very good at this. I'm very excited to be able to have the opportunity to show this game to more people. Should get those gems mined out of that. Automate, 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 automate. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't really care what UI looks like. All I really care about with UI is big bold text, and I don't want transparent backgrounds. Beyond that, I don't really care. Like, as long as your UI isn't like Paradox UI, where it's a bajillion tiny little fonts that all look different, outside of the Crusader Kings 2 UI, which is actually pretty good from what I've seen. As long as you don't kind of have that UI sensibility, and as long as your like fonts scale well, and ideally you have multiple options for fonts, I don't really care what the UI looks like. Which is why for me, DF's UI doesn't really bother me because it's just a list of hotkeys, which is totally fine for me. Obviously, it takes a little while to learn where everything is, and what hotkey everything is under. Oh boy, gold poke. Where are you going? I've been trying to fix this dwarf for a bit. This one's been tough. Utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is his tragic life. Wants to acquire things and pray. Both of those are very difficult for me to fix. Not sure, no. No, I haven't, Pablo. I'm not super good at gaming the YouTube algorithm because I'm not too knowledgeable about that. I worry a lot more about Twitch. But TLDR? Is there a way to quickly explain exactly what it's about without me having to watch a video for it? You're on the wiki page for Cage. I too stare at Nicolas Cage's wiki page all the time because he is the one true god. I mean, you mean Cages in Dwarf Fortress? Which Cage are we talking about here? Are we talking about the real Cage, or are we talking about Cages in DF? Made an animal stockpile outside? Cool. Once you've made an animal stockpile and they're in there, what I would do is either construct the cage or just see if you can just pasture them. You'll probably be able to pasture them once they're in the stockpile. I always forget about that because my animal stockpile is like right there. Yeah, this is my animal stockpile, so I always forget that I have one made. No vandalism charges so far. Okay, so what do I have to do with community posts to, like, do I just have to make community posts? Is that it? That's what you got from the video? Yeah, I see. I find YouTube shit to be kind of obnoxious to try and keep up with, and frankly, I have zero clue why my videos work in the algorithm sometimes. So, they had a super bad reception and creators stopped using them, so YouTube changed their algorithm over time to bump up channels with engagement. Huh. Okay. I mean, I've started like fucking around with premiering videos recently. So what should I do? Just make engagement make community posts frequently? Is that what you're saying? Oh boy, that sounds like work. I mean, fair. I will see what I can do. I try not to annoy people with stuff, but good to know. Make community posts on YouTube to get into algorithm. I'd rather not watch a 20-minute video with some blokes explaining how YouTube shit works, because I find most of the people who explain how that shit works is absolutely infuriating. So I'd rather just talk about it in chat for 15 minutes. That's totally fine. I find most YouTube people annoying. Like, I've been watching a lot of videos about synthesizers on YouTube recently, right? Because I, for those of you who missed it earlier, I'm getting into this as a hobby. This is a Mog Mother 32, and it's eventually going to get built into a Euro rack. I'm messing around with synthesizers for the first time in 10 years-ish. 8 years, actually, is more accurate. I used to do a lot of composition stuff. Anyway, TLDR, I've been watching a lot of videos about synthesizers. The YouTubers in that space that I watch are like basically just dads with a shit ton of synthesizers and have small subscriber bases and successful Patreons, right? Which is kind of the sort of YouTuber I am, aside from the part where I'm not a dad. There's a few YouTubers in that space. Andrew Huang is one of them, who have bajillions of subscribers and are wildly successful, and I want to punch them in the head the second they start talking because they're so much of a YouTuber. And that's one of my goals, is to not be a YouTuber. You know what I mean? When I say like YouTuber-ass YouTuber, do you know the kind of person I'm talking about? I'm not talking about like Krug Smash and like wonderful people on the internet. I'm talking about like YouTuber-ass YouTubers. Like capital Y YouTubers. God, those people drive me nuts. Ugh. Why are your dwarves going to a water source? It means that you are out of booze. Or you've forbidden all of your booze. If they are drinking water at a water source, it means you are out of booze and you need to make more booze. That is a crime against dwarf kind, and you need to fix it stat. Just gonna use this as an opportunity to get some more mudstone so I can fill all these holes with the same color. I don't care if I'm using boulders to make these walls. No, that was diorite, not mudstone. You need advice? Sorry, I missed the... Just got an invitation to join a creation team from a mobile game dev that you play. Creation team? What's a creation team? I have no idea what that means. And I also don't play mobile games. So, what? I need more information, I guess. See, what I will do is at the end of videos is I will state that I am funded by these people on Patreon. That's what I will state. Because I'm obliged as part of my Patreon to do that. But, I don't know, subscribe if you want to. Hit the bell if you like it. Fucking, I don't care. Follow me on Twitch if you feel like it. I don't really care if you follow me on Twitch. Just show up when I'm streaming. That's all I care about. Doesn't matter to me how you... know to show up, but it'll certainly be easier to show up if you follow and hit the bell and all that garbage. But like, you know, all I care is that you watch, and this is why I have 70 people watching instead of 7,000. Although, you know what is kind of amazing? There are 7,000 people that have notifications turned on from my stream. Because I see that statistic in my dashboard on Twitch, right? Like the bell button that you can hit on Twitch to get notifications when a streamer that you watch or follow is live, right? There are 7,000 people that get a push notification sent to their phone / computer every time I turn my stream on. 7,000. No, it's because I've never really tried to be mainstream and have a big audience. I've always been a niche creator, and I've always focused on a small, consistent audience instead of a big army of screaming 11-year-olds. Which is why, like, even though I am a pretty small stream, all things considered, I survive off of my subscribers and Patreon and tips. And I know everybody who watches me very well, and people who like my streams support it because I cater to a niche audience, and that's totally fine with me. I did cater to a wider audience until I got Twitch partner, and now I don't care. It's the sex number. You don't think that bell is useful for something? It certainly is on YouTube. Twitch, it doesn't fucking matter. On YouTube, it's very important. Although Twitch is making itself more about the algorithm, and I don't like it. Hey, they finally fucking cleaned up that book. Or rather, I think somebody threw it. Yep, it got thrown and forbidden again. So there was a book in this doorway for about 40 years. Maybe my bookshelves are full. I doubt it, though. Because you can keep all of your books in a single bookshelf. Let's build some more bookcases then. See, maybe they will put that book away if I do that. But this right here is a book. It's a Kakapo parchment scroll. It's a masterful Kakapo parchment scroll made by Bastet. The rollers are made from Reolite, and the rollers are made from a masterfully worked knife by Bastet. It's basically just a very well-crafted scroll that needs something written on it, and it has a stockpile for it, but they left it in the doorway for a bajillion years for some reason. And asked you to create Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook stuff. I don't know, do you want to create Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook stuff for it? I mean, for me, I read that as, oh God, no one's covering our video game and you're pretty good at it. Maybe if you make YouTube stuff, we'll be happy. I don't know. Every video game would like you to make YouTube stuff for their game. Do you want to put in free labor for this studio? That's how I read it. You know, it's hilarious, Bastet, but like the month of August this past year, I think my average view count over the entire month was 69. It happened like once or twice throughout the summer. Normally I hover around the 70, 75, 80 mark on average over the entire month. But that month, there was a few months over the summer where I dipped down a little bit because it always happens in the summer. A lot of my audience have kids and children come home during the summer. Reaches 26 million people in 2 days because he tagged the popular search terms from Google so your posts reach everyone, and he got 80,000 subs directly after he did a community posts and just wanted to fill me in. I'm going to steal a Krug Smash line, which is, while the game's saving here, I'm just going to pause it. What if instead about giving a shit about the YouTube algorithm and trying to drastically inflate my sub count by tagging search terms? Not shooting down what you're saying. I'm streaming Dwarf Fortress. Go to YouTube and type in Dwarf Fortress Steam. How many of the top videos are mine? I think I'm already doing that. But I'm doing it about as effectively as I can for the games that I'm playing. I'm not playing Fortnite, and I don't have 190 million subs. So, well, not 190 million. That person had 1.93 million. So 1.93 million subs. What's the difference at that point? So it's kind of difficult for me to kind of tag into that. But I'll fuck around with community posts a little bit and see what I can get from it. But at the end of the day, like, I think I'm kind of already doing that, but just on DF scale. And on DF scale, that means I'm getting like 500 plus subs a month, which is really fucking good. And I'm happy with that, frankly. I'm doing about as well as I can over here. Also, fuck YouTube drama. You got a minor guild? So you want to know a life hack about guilds, Verbos? I talked about this in a video once, but I can talk about it again because it's fine. And it's just good to know. You don't need the dwarves to tell you to make a guild to make a guild. They will just tell you to make a guild at 10 dwarves. But you can make a guild regardless. So if you just want a guild, just go make a guild, and the dwarves will use it if they partake in that skill. So if they have that skill, they are in that guild. Their top skill, they are automatically in the guild for that. So currently I have 17 crafts dwarves, so they will demand I make a guild. They also work in stoneworking, so I can just go make that guild and they'll use it. Does that make sense? Also, the Spiffing Brit is good people, so, you know. You found me from Dwarf Fortress stream on YouTube? Well, thank you for finding me through a Dwarf Fortress stream on YouTube, and thank you for making the jump from YouTube over to the far better platform that isn't as chaotic and psychotic and crazy and difficult to use and not as profitable, called YouTube. So thank you for coming over to a much better place. Because the difference between YouTube and Twitch is somebody like me can make a living over on Twitch with an audience at about this size without too much difficulty. Whereas YouTube is just a wild west, crazy place where you have to abide by algorithms and stuff to get anything functional. Tell me why you can say YouTube on Twitch. If you say Twitch on YouTube, your video goes down, because your video doesn't go down if you say Twitch on YouTube. That doesn't happen. It straight up doesn't. And if people are telling you that that's happening, they're lying. Because it's not true. It's really not. I straight up shout out my Twitch all the damn time on YouTube and have no problems. People that are like, oh no, my video went down because I shouted out YouTube or who shouted out Twitch on a YouTube channel, they're just fucking lying to you. That's not how YouTube works. There are some YouTubers that will also tell you that they can't tell you how much money they make, but all of my VODs, from YouTube or from Twitch go up on YouTube, right? So this right now is going to go up on YouTube in about 3 days. But YouTubers will also tell you, I can't tell you how much I make on YouTube, right? Or I can't give you raw numbers. Well, let me show you something. This is my YouTube account. This is how much I made in the last 28 days on YouTube. Keep in mind that's Canadian dollars, so it's worth about 18 cents US. But this is my stats from YouTube. This is how well these videos do. This is everything right here. Have fun. Feast your eyes. Some people will tell you that they can't show you that. That's not true. If they're not showing you that, it's just because they don't want to. Same with Twitch. Twitch will tell you that you can't tell people how much you make. There's one thing I can't tell you, which is the split, the amount of money I make per subscription. But in reality, I can tell you how much I make every month in dollar amounts. I just can't show you the split that I have. But I have the standard split, which is very common because a lot of people have leaked it. So you can go look that up. I can't tell you how much I make off of each tier of subscriber, but you can go look that up very easily. I mean, yeah, if I take my pants off, you're in trouble. But yeah, that's why I'm doing pretty well on YouTube right now. Diamond Destruct is because of how easy it is to find my videos on YouTube, which has taken a lot of work and a lot of dumb luck.
stumbling in good timing. Anyways, I'm just on a rambling fest right now. I should probably go get food. It's 2:30. It's lunchtime. Ah, coffee. Coffee, 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 coffee. If I flash my dick on stream, I'm gonna get in trouble. Freeways. Yes. Also, bare feet are a no-no on Twitch. You can't show bare feet. Or rather, you can't show bare feet in a sexual manner. So if I'm like walking around and I happen to have bare feet, that's fine. But like if I hold my foot up to the camera, I'm in trouble. Hate bears and their cute paws? What? Did you... I'm confused. That's okay, though. I'm pretty sure nobody here wants to see my feet. So we're okay. I get the pun. Sorry. Boosh. Anyway. Hardy, hardy, har. It's, yep. Yeah. All right. It's lunchtime. I'll be back in a minute. Can I get a round of beers in chat? I'm going to let you guys follow this dwarf who's doing a combat drill. BRB. I need food. All right, I return. I have a sandwich. Took me a little bit longer than I wanted because I had to inhale an orange, and that takes a minute. So my blood sugar was a little bit low. On the low side, so I was below healthy levels, which means that's why my brain was getting all fucky. Which is why I was like, I need to go get food because my brain's getting fucky. And my brain getting fucky generally means my blood sugar's too low. But I have an orange in me now, which is good. So I can not die, which is ideal. You know, being a type 1 diabetic is like living in a business management video game, except the video game is your body. And instead of like operating like a normal person all the time, you have to constantly be thinking about keeping your body balanced so that you don't die. I really wish it was as much fun as, you know, playing a business management game instead of just trying to balance all these fucking sliders. I hate it. Anyway, hi everybody. I return. And I have a cucumber, pickle, and cheese sandwich because my sandwiches are getting weird because I've kind of run out of sandwich stuff. I should make egg salad sandwiches. Also, when I was getting food, I was thinking about carrots because I have carrots in my fridge. Are carrots a vegetable, or are they technically a tuber? Because they're a root thing. So does that make them a tuber, or are they a vegetable? Because now I'm like second guessing. Are they a VTuber? Ha ha ha. So they are a vegetable? See, I've had people tell me that tubers aren't vegetables. Because then that would make a potato a vegetable. But when I've had people yell at me on the internet before about calling potatoes vegetables. A tomato is a fruit because it has seeds inside of it. Vegetable is a culinary term. I feel like we've had this conversation before. Thanks, Darren. I mean, you're probably also one of those people who calls pizza a vegetable, right? Numbers? Also, good to see you. Hope you enjoyed the lurks. Also, multicolored carrots. I don't know if this is just a placebo effect, but purple carrots taste better. If you can get a purple carrot, get a purple carrot, because multicolored carrots taste so much better than just orange carrots. There are now fish swimming among the llamas. Those llamas must be looking at the fish going, those are mighty weird looking llamas. With potatoes, they're like different breeds of, or like a different type of potato, though, right? Because there's russet potatoes, which are like brown / white. And then there's like white potatoes, red potatoes, yellow potatoes, purple potatoes, although purple are more red, or technically red potatoes, I think. They're just a darker color. But like those are different varieties of potatoes than russet potatoes. This poor dwarf. This dwarf literally is going nuts because they're disagreeable. They get into disagreements with dwarves frequently. And then they argue, and that gives them bad thoughts. Twitter the dwarf. Dying due to starvation because they argue with people too much. That might be the most millennial 2020 death possible. Like to the point where I don't even want to joke about it. The problem with this fortress, though, Touchstreak, is I don't really have a lot of sketchy channeling jobs. I hope that wasn't important mandate. If it was, a bunch of people just went to prison. Nope, we're good. Okay, so it must have just been like a export mandate then. Which means I need to keep an eye out for a new mandate. Enraging means they are enraged, like they're angry. So they are just going berserk and attacking everything on your side and the other side / vice versa. So you plus the enemy, they'll just attack anything that moves, basically. Enraging can happen to dwarves that are not very good at combat and are terrified. Same with enemies that are not very good at combat and terrified. That's what enraging means. But they do get a attack bonus when they're doing it. So they're stronger than normal, but they're attacking everything with little reason. Martial trance means that they are very skilled, and they're basically like, you know, the term Tetris effect, when you can't focus on anything else and all you can focus on is combat, but you're like in your element and as good as you can be at the thing. That's what martial trance is. So when they're in a martial trance, it means they are like in their element, they are at peak performance and couldn't do any better. So it's like as good as they can possibly perform in combat. You're embarrassed when wearing old clothing. Well, you know what? Maybe it's time to do a clothing set. Because it's been a little bit. Cloth. Cloak. Cloth. Trousers. Cloth. Glove. Cloth mitten. Cloth. Actually, leather cap. Leather hood. Cloth sock. Leather shoe. And turn off the military so that my manager can go make those go get none did. I think you're already going to go do that. Yeah, you're going to go manage work orders. Perfect. What's up, Matt? How's the fortress? We dwarfin, and dwarfs are fortin, and I got one dwarf who wants to starve to death because he argues with people too much. So we're talking about how that's Twitter the dwarf. But aside from that, just chilling and hanging out. My new toy arrived, which is this. Because I'm trying to live in a 80s spaceship. So now I have more dials and knobs for my desk, which is excellent. That is a semi-modular analog synthesizer to make weird sounds. So very excited to fuck around with that. So guess what I'm doing tonight? I'm going to make my neighbors hate me more than they already do. Currently, they just hate me because I play jazz until 9 o'clock at night, really loudly. Now I'm going to be making weird sounds on a synthesizer all night. So I'm sure that'll go well. I'll let you know when I get evicted. It's going to be great. Investments are open. Heads up, chat, if you want to invest your tickets. How you liking Dyson Sphere? Enjoy the lurks, Redbeard. We didn't sleep all day today, no. How are you feeling, by the way? Feeling any better? Feeling any better? Needs some adjustment, but it's fun. I was gonna host you the other day, but like I opened up your stream and you just ended. And I was like, what? But you'd been streaming for like 30 minutes. I was gonna send some people your way, but can't do that. If you guys don't know, it's Maximus is my cousin, and he's been streaming some Dyson Sphere Corporation. So if you want to watch, Jesus, that's a lot of amulets. If you want to watch a man make Dyson spheres out of robots, you can watch that on his channel, because I don't like factories. Factories are for work. I play video games for fun, not for more work. Better than yesterday? That's good. Glad you're slowly feeling better. Being sick sucks. Also, for anybody who doesn't know anything about synthesizers, here's a video of what two of this synthesizer and a different one called a DFAM can do. There you go. You were so sick you had to get up. Fair enough. Yeah. Not feeling well sucks. Every now and again I have to end streams early because I feel like shit. Sucks whenever it happens. But yeah, that's what you can do with two of this synthesizer and a DFAM, which is another synth that they make. Another module. But I don't think I'm going to get a DFAM. I'm probably just going to get maybe another one of these, but probably not. Probably what I'm going to do is just, I really want to get a mutable instruments elements, because I love the sounds elements can make, and then I need to get reverb for this thing. Reverb! Cables! Yeah! I want to live, I mean, I have some cables. I got, these came with it. Patch cables. I mean, the reason to get into, there's two main reasons to get into modular synthesizers. Reason number one is you get to make really cool sounds that you can't really get out of any other synthesizer because you literally get to build your own instrument, right? The second reason is if you want to live in an 80s spaceship. And I definitely want to live in an 80s spaceship, so. It's like an 80s spaceship with way too many houseplants in it, basically, is what I want to live in. So, like, Give me more cables. Let's go. Give me more cables. Give me more big wires. Let's go nuts. God, I have so much ore that's getting smelted. So much. And a bull was found starved to death. Excuse. Chat, do you guys see what's going on here? You seeing this? I mean, I'm sure there's at least one person who's like, no, I don't know what any of this means. But to the... The cows have starved to death. Well, the reason they starved to death is they're up on the wall. Something startled them and they jumped up onto the wall. And can't get down. Never change. So now there's just this cow up here, starving to death. There's a bull skeleton and a stray bull calf skeleton. Never change, Dwarf Fortress. Never change. I'm gonna build a ramp to hopefully get it down. Yeah, I mean, I saw one die and I was like, it's fine. Not only are they dead, but they've been up there and dead for a bit. I mean, the duck can fly. Maybe it's like really good friends with the duck and it saw the duck fly up there and was like, yo, I should follow it. This poor cow. Farming life when gravity is a thing is tough, yeah. Oh, wait, no. I mean, they could totally take this corner here. Why don't you just take the corner? You could totally path this. What? Maybe the trees are blocking its way. I don't know. Weird. Why is Gate Nerd in prison? It's fine. She feels repentant after being confined and really, really likes the prison cell. Enjoy your vacation, Dwarf. Just like, what? Don't ask their cows. I guess they have the intelligence of a large creature, which isn't much. Not a large, intelligent creature. Also, there's a duck down here. Man, I hope they got those cows down. Although it is really nice of the other cows to... Yeah, they did. They got the cows down. It is really nice of the other cows to notify us that these cows are dead, because there's no way in hell that my dwarves are finding those cows up there. Hope you're having a good day, Infinity. There's no way in hell that it's my dwarves that found those cows. How's your dwarf doing? Well, you went to prison once. For no reason. You just went to prison. You're satisfied at work. Excuse me. Society flourishes when lawbreakers are punished. So I guess you enjoyed your time in prison because of that. You dream of crafting a masterwork and that dream was realized. You're 23 years old. You're doing just fine. Seem like a pretty happy dwarf overall. You're currently very thirsty and you're wearing really shitty clothing. So hopefully you can get something new. But right now, clothing industry and metal industry are on fire. It's real good. Making lots of leather and lots of other things. So hopefully all of you dwarves get to put on new clothing. And everybody gets good, happy moods about wearing something new. And spring has arrived. Man, time's flying by real fast today. This is... What year did we start on? 138 for the fort? Human merchant has arrived. No one's been found dead yet. I think somebody died. Maybe. Gold Poke is throwing a tantrum again. Lunches is good. Ah, a duck was found dead. Duck died of old age. And, fishery has been toppled by Gold Poke. And a butcher shop has been toppled by Gold Poke. Screenshotting this for stone. So we've gone from year 138 of the fortress to 140. We're on year 140 now. Second lunch at midnight. That's one thing that really sucks about my life these days is like, what if I want like 11 C's or afternoon tea? Why is this dwarf just question marking? Oh, you're trying to report a crime. Oh no. 2 counts of criminal behavior against Gold Poke. Yeah, no second breakfast for me, unfortunately. Unless it's carb free. Which means usually it's like, nah, might as well just not. You're gonna go chain Gold Poke. At least Gold Poke isn't getting beaten. 2 more counts of vandalism. Man, he woke you up too. Gold Poke went to bed. Now Diamond Destruct is like woke him up. What a guy. Imagine like just getting to sleep after 6 weeks, like a good dwarf should, and then getting woken up to be taken to prison. Meanwhile, Gate Nerd over here is like, I'm in prison. I like it. Humiliated after being confined, but was blissful after sleeping in a bedroom like a personal palace was the one nice thing to happen to you after forever. Except during remembering being nauseated by the sun. That's really good. And then goes back to bed. Well, hang in there, dwarf. Now this dwarf over here is just super happy. Also, Matt, I swear that this game isn't as much nonsense as it looks, okay? It's just mostly as much nonsense as it looks. I swear that you start to get used to it after a bit. After a little bit. You kind of start to get used to it. It stops looking like crazy insanity after a bit. After a while, you just start seeing dwarf, 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 dwarf. An elven caravan has arrived. It's a pretty big elven caravan. There's 3 of them. At least it feels big. You know, it's funny. It's like yesterday I said that I was going to do a short stream all day and ended up streaming 9.5 hours. Got a lot of stuff I got to claim. And I woke up today thinking, I'm going to do a short stream today. And I'm already 6 hours in going like, man, we could do multiple games today. No brain. Bad. Have a normal work day like a normal human being. I don't know. The weird niche of the games that I play, though, is what makes them fun. Them being completely inscrutable nightmares is part of the appeal, I think. Very much feel that it is part of the appeal. All right. Let's get some stuff over to these people to trade. I'm glad that she is back. I'm going to sell you guys those blackberry and asphalt seeds bags because those bags are actually starting to fall apart. So I've got bags that are deteriorating. I've got beds that are deteriorating. I've got bins that are deteriorating. I've got barrels that are deteriorating. This is wild. Yeah, I've got beds, barrels, and bins. Or beds, barrels, and bins are all deteriorating. See, all my beds have the X's. All my beds are starting to deteriorate. It's probably by about year 200, I'm going to have to remake all of my beds. No, other material of things deteriorate as well. I mean, heck, armor deteriorates too if you let it sit long enough. It's like skeletons can also fully deteriorate if you let them sit long enough. Short U is 20 some, or is 20 something, I think. 16. You're in your teens. Yes, you're working age. You're a crafts dwarf. You hate fire snakes, fun fact. But you've been working in blacksmithing and crafting quite a bit. You made an artifact not too long ago. It was an artifact amulet, which is why you have the crafting thing. And you dedicated it to an ancestor. What's GameStop doing now? Just remember, Reggie Fils-Aimé works at GameStop. Let's hope there's no wood in there. You brought a barn owl and a weasel. Nothing super cool. Buy the apricots and the plums. Oh, like stocks wise? You own stock in GameStop? What's wrong with you? Should sell that shit stat if you have it. Okay. For a second, I'm like sitting there going like, why do you own GameStop stocks? Especially if they're up, you should sell. Reddit tells you what to do. You go buy Reddit for your stocks? It's brave. Okay, hold on a second. Now I need people to catch me up. What's going on with Reddit? Went from $6 / our Wall Street bets. This is something that apparently everybody in chat is very familiar with that I'm not familiar with. What? Reddit is fucking with the stock market? This is all news to me. Isn't that illegal? What? I don't know how, but they did it. Huh. I mean, Elon Musk tweets about a lot of things that are irrelevant and dumb. Just like Elon Musk. I mean, what? Clearly, I missed this somehow. Ergo stocks go up? Huh. I mean, I still maintain that my favorite thing that Reddit ever did was a dude just posted a picture of the Nazi flag on /our pictures and just titled it Comcast, all caps. And then underneath it, next to it, in brackets, it said, if this gets enough upvotes, this will appear in Google image search when you type in Comcast. And it just went boom, got like 90,000 upvotes. It certainly did that. Just heard in Sui's Discord. Yeah, no, this is all news to me. The fuck? Huh. Well, anyway, that doesn't seem legal to me, but good job, Reddit, I guess. Sadly, it's not that easy anymore. Yeah, I miss those days. We did it, Reddit. Clearly. This kind of reminds me of the K-pop buying Trump tickets thing. Sold out event and nobody showed up. That was pretty funny. It's only illegal when poor people do it. That sounds like the US's motto. Yeah. On GameStop, stocks going down. That's amazing, but also kind of awful. Paranoid. Manipulating the stock market is illegal. but that's funny. I'm not gonna lie, it's still funny. But it's one of those, like, you can't stop us all situations, which is, like, often the fact with 4chan and Reddit shenanigans is, like, yeah, it might be illegal, but, like, can't ban all of us. You can't arrest all of us. Let's go. So it's, I don't know, it's still a risky, yeah, it's exactly paranoid. It's like, but like, for every time you hear about that happening when stockbrokers do it, there's also an equal number of stock brokers that go to prison or get their firms shut down. And it's certainly happened. But yes, generally, if rich people do it, it's fine. If poor people do it, then it's a problem. But still doesn't make it legal. Lots of companies do things that are illegal. You have a question? I probably don't have an answer, but what's your question? Should you be making Metal Gear in general? I mean, if you make Metal Gear, then you'll have to talk to Kojima. Well, not Kojima. Konami to get the rights for it. But if you make metal armor and weapons for your dwarves, they will be stronger, yes. Or is there a way to see what gear needs to be fulfilled for the militia's demands? The militia won't demand anything. The militia will grab fucking sticks off the ground and go fight with that if you don't give them anything. I mean, BlackBerry is still a legitimate company, though. What do I look for in a significant other? Fuck if I know. I just got out of a 9-year relationship. Fuck if I know. Ask me that after I've dated a couple people since. Money? A car. No, I don't know. That's what you call, uh-oh. I found Goldpoke's teeth. Did Goldpoke get killed? No, Goldpoke's still alive. That's impressive. That's, like, way too fucking personal for my stream. Yeah, 9 years. 9 years, dude! 9 fucking years! I need to rewatch that, Paranoid. When rich people get fucked over, you don't care a bit. Yeah, I tend to agree. It's more just like a, man, that's ballsy kind of thing. I'm not saying that everybody who's doing it should go to prison, to be clear, Paranoid. I'm mostly just saying, man, that's ballsy. Yeah, and it's none of your fucking business to know what I look for in a partner. Bastard. No offense, but it's none of your fucking business. There's some things that I'm totally okay with sharing on Twitch, and then there's some things that, yeah, no. None of your fucking beeswax. Right now, if you're analog and have a lot of dials and switches and patch ports, oh, pineapple's delicious on pizza. I'm Canadian, dude. We love that shit up here. Good smuggler? Yeah, I'm down for smugglers. Yeah, if you can smuggle lots of things into my apartment, I'm great. Unfollowed. Bye, nerd. Good luck finding another Dwarf Fortress stream. Ha! I mean, what? How do you play that? That's a 16-step sequencer. So, also, playable like a keyboard. I could also plug it into a MIDI controller. But I don't have a MIDI controller, so. Lord Floof is thirsty. Go get some drink then. I think I'm going to put a little food stockpile over here. Right now, what I will say, though, Bastet, is I can't fucking wait for this goddamn pandemic to end so I can go back to the realms of fucking around. Fucking tired of this shit. I want hookups to be a possibility again, damn it. Tired of the, like, staying home and never going outside thing. Going nuts over here. You just weren't sure how to get different notes easily on something like that? Yeah, no, it has like a... the reason I bought it is because it has a built-in step sequencer. That's one of the reasons it's so expensive, is because it has the built-in step sequencer. Because it has two voices, and it can only play one note at a time, but it has two voices, and it's got a built-in step sequencer. And that means that I can do a hell of a lot more with just this than I could with most other things. So I can do a lot with just that. If you just go into YouTube and you look up like sequence demos for the Mother 32, you'll find tons of like crazy shit that people can do. You can also do with a little bit of fuckery, you can do fully generative stuff on it too, but you need other modules for that. Using the imports on this thing, you can do fully generative stuff, which is cool. So that it can only play one note at a time. It's an analog synthesizer. Just go to Wikipedia, type in analog synthesizer. It's in the E menu, so BW won't take you to it. BW will take it to Metalsmith's Forge, but you need BE. Wood furnace, smelter, glass furnace, kiln. If you have access to magma, you'll automatically then have a few more fun ones on there as well in the E menu. And you also get one more under the workshops menu. Fair enough, Freeways. I lived with somebody for 5 years, so Speaking of freeways, Dwarf is just sitting here and hauling stuff. Export of bucklers is prohibited. Fun ones, yes, that's what I said. Yep. I'm not gonna say the thing I'm thinking of now that you've said that, Authority. I'm not gonna say the thing that I'm thinking of, but I've got a really dumb joke in my brain. I mean, it's not that hard to figure it out, but yeah. Bored to beers, what's up, dude? How's things? You're not smart enough to figure out the joke, though? Someone should shower more. How's that? If it's fishy. If someone's fishy, they should shower more often. I'll leave it at that. But you don't want to, and I mean, I shouldn't make assumptions, but like, that's why you're single. Fucking shower, you disgusting cretin. That's why. Yes. Yes. That's why they have ball powder. That's why nut deodorant exists, my friends. And that's why this is a mature rated stream. I'm just watching dwarves melt down materials. Yeah, nut deodorant's a thing. But then again, if it's possibly a problem, it probably exists. Yes, powder made out of balls. That's absolutely what that means. Yes. Genius. Feels tenderness when talking with a child. Yeah. Paranoid android. I know what you mean. Goldpoke's going back to prison. Was let out of prison and is being taken back. How long is Gatenerd going to be in prison? What? This is what, your third time in prison? Oh god. Hold on. How long does Gatenerd get to be in prison for? Hope someone's bringing you food and water. What, Gatenerd? I mean, he really likes being in prison, but... Okay, there you go. This dwarf should be let out of prisons pretty soon. Meanwhile, like, this dwarf doesn't like prison. Although he is suddenly interested near a splendid statue, but humiliated is a really bad mood. So... Oh, there you go. They're bringing food. Cool. Meanwhile, this dwarf is satisfied after receiving food, satisfied after receiving water, repentant after being confined, pleasure near a fine statue, pleasure near a completely sublime restraint, and pleasure near a fine container. Is very happy about being in prison right now. Thrilled. I'm getting brought food. I get to sleep on this nice bed. And Vuzel is leading a furnace operating demonstration. Who's 87 years old, was born in the year 58. Pretty good dwarf. Pretty damn good dwarf. And full of Americanized tacos. Welcome back, Fonda. I'm sure we're talking about Radiohead. Where did Radiohead come from in this discussion? How's your dwarven counterpart? Probably better than the ones we've just been watching. Unless you're dead. I don't think you're dead. Maybe dead. Might be dead. Think you're dead. Unless you guys saw the name on the list and I didn't. Pretty likely you're dead, though. Ah, yes, dead. Dead. I want to say you died of natural causes because of where your coffin is, but I'm not entirely certain. I mean, dwarven deaths only happen like once a year, so I got plenty of time to make tombs. I mean, it's not nearly as nice as the little maze. Those Ettins haven't made babies yet, and I'm very disappointed. I need to take a quick toilet break. I'll be right back. I mean, if those Ettins don't start making babies pretty soon, I'm going to give them a shower in fucking lava. I'm quite frustrated with the fact that they've been down there for like 30 years and they haven't had a child yet. Damn it. I guess breeding as an Ettin is hard. Maybe I shouldn't make fun of them. Good question. I actually don't know. Does anybody in chat know? Do Ettins die of old age? Guys, I don't actually know. I'm assuming yes? But I guess we'll find out after a bit. Oh, hey, we're finally dealing with those cow corpses. Finally. Sheesh. They don't die of old age? All right, well, then they have another 850 plus years to make a baby. Get to it. Chop, chop. Both of the heads needs to like the other Ettins. Yeah, true. True. And there's only one lady Ettin in there. Food? No, they're intelligent. You can't eat them. Saying I did it. Try and separate them, catch it, and see if I can raise it somewhere. Give it its own fortress or something. I don't know. Put it in a tower. I mean, I don't know. Chain it up outside. Look at it. Point and laugh. Throw tomatoes occasionally. I don't know. What do you do with an Ettin? Wish you could kidnap. I mean, maybe with the villains stuff. I don't know. You just want to be a goblin then, don't you? I mean, that's basically this whole fortress paranoid. I'm really hoping once this fortress is done in 850 years in game time. Actually, that's kind of my plan with the day forts too, you know, is to make interesting worlds with lots of locations. So that people who play in adventure mode can go explore those locations. That's something that I really wish was more common in Dwarf Fortress. Like, right now, Dwarf Fortress, the only form of multiplayer really is Legacy Forts, which is just when you share a save file for fort mode. I really want there to be a style of play where somebody goes around and builds dungeons that are themed with the purpose of making dungeons that are and forts that are exciting and interesting to explore in adventure mode. I think that would be really fucking cool to just like go visit a player's world and then just have like a map of like 15 different points of interest on the map with their own stories to tell. That would just be so fucking cool, but it's not a thing. Impalification, what up, dude? Those things. Man, that's quite the dance. What instrument are you playing? Well, Anander is playing the Keurig, the Fuchsia Velvet, a social group dance originating in our dwarven civilization. It's so cool watching dwarves dance. Look at that. Focal Fury's been reelected. Glorious. Welcome back for another year of service. You know, fuck it. Let's make 300 rock crafts. I am on behalf of the Merchants Guild. Let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? All of the wood. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Goodbye, Zaki. Human. Bone crafts? I mean, I need to slaughter some stuff to make bone crafts, but I could slaughter a bunch of sheep and make bone crafts. I hope you're okay with making crafts out of unicorn and sheep. And a cow, because I'm going to slaughter a cow in the midst of this. And a bull. A couple more bulls. Calf, 2 lambs, another unicorn. There we go. Let's just set that to 100 and see if we work through it. I'm starting to see pots deteriorating. Jeez. That's crazy. There we go. We've got sheeps getting slaughtered. We got everything. We got bone crafts getting worked on so that you have something to make. But how you doing today, Impale? Out of curiosity, game. What chat? What games are you guys looking forward to? Outside of Dwarf Fortress Steam version, of course. How's your dwarf now? Still a child, I think. Yeah, still a child. Playing make-believe. About the same. 12 years old, which means you are about to turn into a peasant. You're about to go from being a useless child to being a useless, skillless peasant. I'm gonna ban both of you, bored to beers and freeways. Blood Bowl 3? They're making a third Blood Bowl? Huh. You know, you could probably make that work already. If you had a VR headset, you could probably... Isn't that an old game audio? You could probably, like, just run, like, desktop mode and then, like, play DF in VR. It'll be a very peasant existence. Ah! Interesting. Huh. I'm just very much hoping that in 2021 I get the sequel to a game that I really want to play, Burgador Killers. I just want that. And also, apparently, Jupiter Hell's coming out of early access in 2021. It's still going to take me a while to not say 2020. This is true, Freeways, yes. B-Lug supports the stream very heavily on Patreon. So moved the Twitch support over to Patreon. Yeah, that's going to be interesting. You don't own a PS5? It'll come to PC in 10 years, don't worry. In 6 days, you'll give B-Lug a hat? Eh. You do you. Give it to B-Lug or give it to somebody who would appreciate it. Those humans are spelling rude words with that cow there. And the mule there. This is a very adult game, chat. Grown-ups only. Like the one time a bunch of creatures died and they spelled the word butts on the ground. And I laughed really hard. Because it's much more expensive for you? Then don't. No, 13 is when you have the ability to do jobs. They brought a rose gold flask. I'm gonna grab that. One of my military dwarves can grab it. I'm gonna take some of these fish. Because they've brought a lot of fish that I can't normally get. Got a lot of rock crafts going, bone crafts are going. Free's currently drinking. And how many are you at now, Freeways? I don't see if you typed it in anywhere. I think Paranoid Android's pretty new to the stream. That's the one problem with the hours counters. It kind of outs you if you're a new person here. It's like, 10 hours. I see you're new here. Generally, if people change their names, I'm pretty good at updating. Meanwhile, there's me. Y'all can see I've been doing this a while, right? I think that's 6 hours today, right, Verbose? Like, literally today. Like, I'm pretty sure that's since today. You're Richard. Well, I mean, tickets-wise, sure. My mom's got more than you, though. Freeways. Really, Authority? Feels like you've been here longer than that. Who has the most tickets? I do have access to that leaderboard, but I don't have it public, though. Most points is currently somebody who doesn't watch the stream anymore. So I won't shout him out. But in second is Audio with 55,751. Third place is Aid with the Metal Outlaw with 49,420. Nice. Third place is Speedio with 36,819. Followed by Cyclone with 32,000. Followed by The Eggman, who used to have number one. Had 100,000 at one point with 30,000. I don't have those commands in chat, Odaba, and the reason I don't have those commands in chat because I don't like unnecessary chat spam, and I think that that's kind of unnecessary. The top 10. Why are you linking random imager links that go nowhere? But 55,751 is number one. I mean, it linked to nothing on my screen. Meanwhile, my mom is 12,717, so there's a goal for you. Get more points than my mom. But my mom also has 6,327 hours, so good luck passing that, chat. All right, Free. You get to make bone crafts. There you go. See? You're making bone crafts. You, or someone has made a bunch of unicorn bone scepters. You made a sheep bone crown and a figurine of your god. What else have you made? Yeah, let's follow you and see what else you make. Oh, now you're making rock crafts. 8 hours is super hard work. Oh no. Okay. Freeways. Also, I hope you're doing well, Vaughn. slaughter stray lamb. And I feel so bad, kind of, not really. I'm gonna take you off of stone crafting so that you can make other things. So you can focus on making bone crafts. Although you can, in theory, make bone crafts way faster. Because they don't take as long to be hauled. Make 200 more. Bum bum, bum bum, bum bum, bum bum, bum bum. So I'm assuming you're gonna go make bone crafts. There you go. Let's see what you make, Free. Let's see what you make. Yeah, well, it wasn't masterpiece quality. You made a masterpiece, nice no, that's not right. You made a masterpiece sheep bone crown. Why do you have to go from shop to shop to shop? I guess you're gathering multiple bones. It's more the smell I don't like. The taste is fine. But I dislike the smell of ketchup. How's the FPS death? Fine, because I don't have any problems with FPS death, because I know what I'm doing. People who don't know what they're doing have problems with FPS death. The only time there's hitching is when there's a lot of birds flying around. But we deal with them pretty quickly. FPS death is a problem if you don't know how to manage your frame rate in DF. I know how to manage my frame rate, so we're fine. Or if you just, like, you know, wildly overproduce something. Yeah, damn birds. Also, for a while there was a were creature outbreak in the mountain home far away from here, so every time the full moon kicked in, there'd be about a 5-second hitch where the game would stop moving for about 4 or 5 frames, and then it would kick back up in gear while the game calculated what the fuck was going on elsewhere. But I looked in Legends, and it was a were creature outbreak. It's done now, though. They killed them. They're all dead. But yeah, no. I mean, I'm still above 50 frames. Like, it's totally playable. I mean, you can see it's totally playable here. And we're on year 140 of the fortress, late summer. No, it's just don't overproduce crafts and trade things you don't need. Don't overstock supply. Don't let items sit. How's my mountain home doing? Oh, they're doing just fine, in air quotes. I mean, they're not sending me migrants because they only have 50 dwarves because they've been locked in nonstop combat for the last fucking 150 years. If they'd stop doing that, they'd send me migrants again, which would be great. Just don't play the game the way it's supposed to be played. Since when is overproducing all of the items the way it's supposed to be played? We have guild halls that, you know, let dwarves train crafts and feel satisfied about learning new things without actually having to make the crafts, negating the right or reason to actually overproduce things, because they can just teach each other about producing things, which gives them the same thoughts. So how is that going against the way the game's supposed to be played? We have dump zones for a reason, to dispose of things. We have trading for a reason, to sell things and get rid of items that we don't need. You don't need to have crafts lying around. How is that not playing the game the way it's supposed to be played? Also, whose fucking right is it to say how a game is supposed to be played? It's a single player game. Play the game the way you want. If you want to mod the crap out of it and play with Masterbrick, go ahead. You want to play vanilla? Go ahead. You want to completely cheat and bring every single item you want in and use DF hack to god mode items into existence? Go ahead. How does the game have a way to be meant to be played? Heck, most of the people who play Dwarf Fortress aren't really playing it the way it's meant to be played, because most people who play Dwarf Fortress use Lazy Noob Pack. Heck, if anything, I'm playing the game the way it's meant to be played more than most people. So what fucking stupid shit thing is that to say? I need more coffee. No, it has to be on the map, Impale. It's a sandbox. There's no incorrect way to play. You know, I role play Dwarf Fortress, right? I like to just have my dwarves around and do what the dwarves would do by reading their minds and figuring out what their goals would be, right? Then you have somebody like Cupo who makes fucking pixel art and lava cannons and shoots giant wads of magma at goblin armies and does nothing except for combat and goes into DF hack to remove all stress from dwarves. That's also a perfectly viable way to play, and frankly, way more skilled than what I'm doing. I'm just watching the dwarves exist and enjoying it. Also, I need to make iron bucklers. For some reason, your manager approves my order to make pig iron, and all materials are available. The smelting job isn't created. Something must be insta-canceling it. Do you have job cancels turned on? Like, are you seeing job cancellations? Who likes to Adam Smash sad dwarves? Yeah, I mean, that's also a perfectly viable way to play. It's not a way that I play, but it's a perfectly viable way to play if you really want to do that. I'd have to look at your game. I'm not sure, Authority. You're off to bed? Hopefully your dwarf doesn't die while you're gone. We'll see you when we see you. Also, tell me, I don't know if you're still here. I assume you've already left. But just looking at your Twitch icon tells a lot about how you are as a person. That's funny. Different skill, you'd say? Fair. No cancellation of pig iron bars? What? Can you do it manually? And will it work? Try and queue up a job manually from... Actually, I think that person came from YouTube, verbose, but that's besides the point. If you try and queue up the job manually on the furnace and see if it works then. Because if it... Okay, so you just smelted platinum manually? I'm not sure then. I don't know. I need to see your game. I mean, I could maybe figure it out if I was looking at your game, but just looking at your fortress is big question mark. But without knowing what the issue is, I'm not sure. Aside from just keep trying. Guy's probably from V, potentially. It's, I mean, here's the thing. That person just unfollowed me. That person followed me yesterday. Like, literally, yeah, my follow count just went down by one. That person followed me yesterday when I wasn't online. You can generally tell like I do a lot of weeding in my community, and you can generally tell when people aren't going to gel well with my personality. They do it too? That's very strange. I'm not sure. That is very strange. All right, we're out of rock craft. We're out of rock for crafts. That's good. I mean, that's the beauty of DF, right? Is the fact that it's as malleable as it is to be played in a way that you find satisfying. Right? If you want to play Dwarf Fortress as a roleplay story generation game, you can do that. Peppering that into the vocabulary? What, gel well? I mean, if something's not going to gel well with you, then you just boot them out the back door. Yeah. Generally, if someone, like, when it comes to Dwarf Fortress, if the first question is, how's the FPS death? And then I say, oh, it's fine. And then they either accuse me of cheating or they claim that I'm lying in some way and then fuck off. And it's like, well, all right. What? Or like when people get mad at me by default for me, well, if people get mad at me by default for being nice to humans and elves in this particular fort, I don't do that in every fort. You'll be honest, you had a hard time gelling with my personality. That's fine. Fuck you. I mean, here's the thing, right? Not everybody's gonna like me, and I don't fucking care if you don't. If you don't, go watch somebody else. There's plenty of people on this website. If you like me, that's cool. And we can be friends. If you don't, that's fine. That's no sweat off my back. And no offense, I get it. I don't like me. I don't expect you to. But if you do, we'll get along just fine, and it'll be great. I'm blunt, annoying, loud, bitchy, but I'm real. So. Look at all those cowbone scepters that Danny's pumping out. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. I mean, if we disagree, that just means we got stuff to learn from each other, and one of us is wrong half the time. And it's never me. Oh, Jesus. There's so much. I'm so sorry, Stone. I'm so sorry. But no. I mean, it just means we got stuff to learn. We can learn stuff from each other. That's all that means. I mean, one of my favorite streamers of all time, Cody, who goes by the Twitch name Excessive Profanity. His only rule is keep your opinions to yourself and we'll get along just fine. I don't necessarily want to just directly steal that, but it's kind of how this channel works too, you know? If you disagree with me on something, that's totally fine. Don't be an ass about it, and we'll get along just fine. Workshop profile ordered. I don't know what's going on, but at least your steel production's going on. Yeah, something must have canceled somewhere. I mean, it might even have been, like, your manager that canceled it. Like, I've had weird shit go on. What do you mean by I call tier 2 support? I'm confused. You don't think that I'm your type as a potential friend, but as a streamer you don't care? I mean, you do you. I'm not a mean or bad person. I mean, PBR is trash garbage piece of shit that's not worth drinking, so don't drink it. What the fuck's wrong with you? Don't drink PBR. Also, don't drink Bud Light. Come on. You can do better than that. I read the message about agents, but I still don't understand the tier 2 support comment. I read everything that you typed in, and I don't know what that last comment means. I'm just confused by that last comment. Who are overly positive? Toxic positivity is a problem that needs to stop. Toxic positivity is the sugarcoating and pretending that everything is fine when in many cases it isn't. Life isn't fine. We aren't overly positive people. I'm a broken, depressed person who is suicidal on a frequent basis. Positivity is a negative thing for me. It's sugarcoating something that isn't always positive. Oh, I do my best to look on the bright side. And I do my damnedest. Most of the time, it's the truth. Most of the time, I look on the bright side. Most of the time, I talk about the positive thing. But I'm not here to be fake. I'm not here to hide my emotions. I'm not here to pretend that everything is okay all the time. Because it's not. And that's just a fucking lie. Good days happen, and those are great. Good moments happen. Fun happens. We have good times. But I'm not going to be positive every minute of every day or overly positive ever because I'm not an overly positive person. And I keep getting eyelashes on my fucking glasses. What the hell? For no real reason? Yes, except it's been popular for dozens of years. Jeez, the mountain home must be doing better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Plus all those caged animals. Damn. 6 wagons? They were down to 1 for a bit there. Now, overly positive people make me sick. Because it just feels so fake to me. Yep, they will complain. I mean, if a bunch of people unionize and they ask you to build them a union building, would they be mad at you in real life? Same in DF. Generally, the question is, if this would work this way in real life, it'll probably work this way in DF. Sorry, there's just a lot of stuff in chat. You don't have a bubbly voice either. Fair enough. Yeah, no, I understand what you're talking about now, LaFonda. You already have a farmer's guild? It's probably just not high enough value. So in order for them to have a farmer's guild, it needs to have at least 2,000 room value. Do you know how to check the room value? Here, I can show you once I get out of this menu. Just let me finish queuing up all the stuff to be traded, and then I will show you how to check. But you have to go to the locations screen. If it's not the correct room value, they will not count it and will get really mad. I want to say I talked about it in the locations screen. But no, I'm very open about mental health shit and how I'm feeling and the humanity shit surrounding that. Because for so many people, it's just keep those feelings buttoned up because nobody likes a negative Nancy. So here is the locations menu, which is just L. Guild halls have to be at least 2,000 value. You can see the value written right there. The number. So currently this one's valued at 5,234 out of 10,000. They might ask me to up it to 10,000 at some point by making a grand guild hall. By default, they'll ask you to have one that's valued at 2,000. So I have a bunch of different, there's a grand one. The Metalsmiths Guild is a grand guild hall. That's a temple complex. That's bigger than just a temple. That's just a shrine because it's very small, the Church of Vomit. But yeah, so they'll ask you next at that. If it doesn't have next at that, then you have to up the value. Put engravings in it, tables, chairs, statues, altars, workshops, other things, items, whatever. Doesn't matter. Just put things in it. That's what you need to do. Just put stuff in it, basically. You could even just get away with just engraving the walls, potentially. Yeah, you could just engrave all the walls and floors, if that's an option. Yeah, that's true. But it's generally best to just do it, especially if you've already built one. That also works, yeah. What Mr. Touchstreak said. There's lots of options. I mean, it's kind of funny because, like, every now and again, I'll have somebody who will say something along the lines of, oh, you know, you should just talk to a therapist. I do. Like, the taboos around, oh, don't talk about shitty, dark things. Don't talk about not being a perfectly happy person all the time is fucking disgusting. And the amount of that shit on Twitch where people are just overly bubbly and happy, and the amount of that shit in content creation and on social media and sites like Instagram and shit, all it does is it just makes people think that that is the idealized human and that is possible in life, but it's not. It doesn't matter how good your life is. It doesn't matter how fortunate you are. It doesn't matter how well things work for you. Shit's gonna get bad at times. And, like, for me, looking at that stuff makes me feel ill. And there's definitely, like, a way I could act on this stream to make it look like I am this perfectly happy person. Because on paper, I have an incredible life. I get to create content on the internet for a living and make enough money to survive. And survive well enough that I can work on my record collection, occasionally splurge on a synthesizer, and buy some cool shit. And also put money aside. Like, I'm doing okay. But fuck. Like, it bothers me when I look at people that are just, like, straight edge, like, happy, and then, like, you talk to them from behind and it's like, oh, you're not happy at all. I could never look. A resting bitch face. Well, fuck you too, Authority. I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We've updated your maps. And what requests do you have of our merchants? What do I want you to bring? Well, I hope they fucking brought me the chickens that I ordered. That's all I have to say to you, Authority. All right. and here, this is the difference between somebody who's going to work well in my stream and somebody who doesn't, is if you can take a response like that, from a comment like that, we good. If you can't, I'm sorry. We're not together anymore. I mean, smiling is attractive, but yeah. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. But smiling is not always easy. What am I doing here? Right. I want to bring crafts. I don't quite have a resting bitch face, I don't think. For me, it's more just like a resting blank face. I just look kind of like non-emotion. Although it doesn't help that half my face fucking sags because it's deformed. But, birth defects. Whee! Except those people that have bad smiles, yeah. Another strange mood. I hope that it's like something useless but cool useless. Speaking of cool useless, the humans keep bringing me ladles. There's nothing you can do with ladles in DF. Because I'm self-conscious. Say it and I'll hurt you. But that's okay, you can still say it. Says you look like a rabbit? Fair. Can you use a ladle as a weapon? Probably as a miscellaneous object, but I can't equip it to my soldiers now. Oh, fuck yeah. Braces makes smiling real difficult. As somebody who had braces, I've been there. Use ladle for soup. Dwarf don't make soup. It's called being skinny as fuck and being borderline underweight and unhealthy. Robust, that'll do it. Like, for reference, I'm 6 feet tall and I weigh 126 pounds-ish. I am very fucking skinny. 55 kilograms. Your cheeks just defy that. Fair enough. Babyface will do that. Where's my damn trader at? You're pondering seasons. My dude. You got one job, and that's trade once a year. Twice a year, technically. Go trade. Go trade. I was joking with my older sister's husband that I weigh as much as his thigh 2 Christmases ago. Because it's true. And people always say that, but like it's not that simple. I would just burn it off. Like that's the thing. Like every time I get any kind of body fat, I burn it off in very short periods of time. Cold poke has slipped into depression. Unfortunate. Scroll down, Delta. There's a panel. Or exclamation point podcast. Although, on the topic of my podcast, tomorrow night after stream, me and Rhinestone are going to do some MST3K styled watching YouTube stuff and talking over it on Discord. So if you want to listen to me and Ryan talk shit over free documentaries on YouTube, show up. Or just be in the Discord and there'll be a @ here at some point. I mean, we could always, like, to anybody out there who needs weight loss, you can always recommend the Dwarven style of weight loss, which is simply set yourself on fire. Setting yourself on fire in Dwarf Fortress burns off all of your natural fats and leaves you with nothing but muscle and bone left, which is very, very effective at removing all of your weight and thus making you significantly better at combat. Because you have no weight weighing you down anymore. After stream's done. So probably around the same time the music streams happen. Authority. I can't give you an exact time. Because I don't know. Just when the stream's done. Also dead, LaFonda, but that's besides the point. Please don't set yourself on fire to try and lose weight. It's not going to work. Please don't do that. For the love of God,
Don't do that. I'm not even religious, but don't fucking do that. I got a lighter. I got a lighter and oil. I'm good to go. Lighter and gasoline. Whee! All right, dwarves, where are the animals I asked you to bring me? I asked you to bring me chickens and ducks. Ah, there we go. Hen, quacker, gander. I'll take an oinker too. We'll take a pig. Hen, quacker, rooster, rooster. Quacker, quacker. Hen. Perfect. Trade. Thank you. All right, let's go up here and stock these quackers up here. Oh yeah, I was gonna put some unicorns up here too. Unicorn full and a full. Perfect. They gave you just some gypsum bags. You do know that those bags have gypsum powder in them, right? You know that, right? I did actually just sell the ladles to the caravan. I did that really fast, but I assigned ladles. Like, gypsum powder comes in bags. Rattle your dwarves. Yeah. Use them to hit the dwarf gong. Yeah, gypsum bags. Like, if you order gypsum powder, it shows up in bags. Sorry for the mind-blown moment, but it's kind of true. Now I just want to put a bunch of ladles into a minecart and minecart shoot them at something. Probably not the most effective method of murder, but funny. I'm very confused. What are we talking about, Mirthsoft? Are we still talking about Dwarf Fortress? Or are we talking about something else? In other news, I've been streaming for 7 hours and 15 minutes. Good shit. I have a question. Is anybody in chat up for some Lost Flame? Anybody want to go delving? So there's somebody who's watching through every single live stream of Longdeath on YouTube, and he just got to episode 30. I'm very proud. You don't know what that is? Nobody knows what it is. It's okay. It's a video game that like 10 people own. Lost Flame is this. Here, I'll show you. Well, first off, it's a game by Huge Owl. It's a traditional roguelike dungeon crawler with some multiplayer elements. Where you can like communicate with each other and brag about good weapons. And very few people play it, but a bunch of people who watch the stream play it. And we go in here and we it's kind of Dark Souls inspired, so you can like sort of communicate with each other. But we have a good time playing it. It's a bunch of fun, and we compete with each other on the leaderboards and stuff. It's good. Is it like a B game? No, it's got 100% positive reviews on Steam. It's pretty damn good, actually. It's like really fucking good. It's just a subgenre of game that nobody knows exists. And it's a developer who's a hobbyist, so he doesn't care if people buy it. But might switch over pretty soon. It's 1 a.m. and your last beer is empty. Alrighty. We will see you when we see you, Paranoid Android. Sleep well. Gute Nacht. And I'm just follow this dwarf as they do their thing. I didn't realize this dwarf was still alive.
How old are you? 49? Damn, I thought you were upset. 80. Damn. Daughter of Sui. How old is Sui? $127. Was born in the year 18. Damn. Damn. Sorry, I'm like freaking out about how old some of my dwarves are. Sathatos tries to pasture a stray duck, but the item was inaccessible. It's kind of funny. There we go. That should get us tons of eggs. The European retirement crisis? No, it's fine. We have plenty of young dwarves. Also, dwarves work right up until the day they die. Oh, hey, Crystal. I don't know if you're still here, but you're no longer a child. Also, there's Miasma up there. That's not good. Crystal is 12 years old, likes native gold, sterling silver, aventurine, Rami fabric, the color periwinkle. Periwinkle's a color? Moons and helms, and crutches. Crutches and the words of the amethyst walls. You prefer to consume Cody and wine, and you absolutely hate leeches. Well, at least you're easy to please when it comes to wine. All right, well, what can we do with you? Other jobs in hauling. Whoopsies. I'm going to give you all of the metalsmithing. Give you farming fields, masonry, stone detailing, a couple crafts. We'll give you clothes making, glazing, and pottery. Also leatherworking. There you go. Now you have gerbs. That is a lot of miasma up there. I didn't know that periwinkle was a color. No, I didn't. It's like blue-purple. So the color of Crystal Rose's name, basically, but more blue? Oddly fitting, then. What are these dwarves doing? They're discussing foraging behavior, pondering foraging behavior, nothing, and discussing foraging behavior. The topic is being discussed is foraging behavior and the diet of creatures. And the merchants have embarked on the journey. Like metalsmithing? No, I know what you mean. There isn't many other types of smithing. I love the fun facts that are getting attached in the counting numbers room. It's like, this happened in this year. Fun fact. All right, chat. Well, still just have the 3 Ettins in the basement. The traders are leaving. That was 3 years of Dwarf Fort, approximately. I think it's time for us to swap games. As I was hinting at earlier, I'm kind of feeling like playing some more Lost Flame. So I'm going to do that. If you're sticking around, could I get a round of beers in the chat? If you want to just see more Dwarf Fortress stuff, there's more Dwarf Fortress on my YouTube channel than you could reasonably watch in a lifetime. If you like the shenanigans and the Dwarf Fortress shit that I do here, I have a Patreon where you can support this stuff directly. Of course, there's always the traditional ways, such as filling up the bit leaderboard and chucking gift subs at people and subscribing on Twitch, but Patreon is more direct and helps me out significantly more, and you get a lot more value out of it than you would out of supporting through Twitch. But filling up bit leaderboards is still nice. But with that, I think it's time for us to swap games. So the game that we're going to be jumping over to is Lost Flame. It's a traditional roguelike dungeon crawler inspired by Dark Souls. So we're going to go do that. If you happen to own Lost Flame and pop online, you can brag about better drops that you get against me. Or brag about better drops that you get for me. And hold them over my head and be like, look at the good drop I got. And I'll be like, fuck you. And it'll be a good time. And if you're not sticking around, I don't know actually. How many people are streaming Dwarf Fortress right now? Is there anybody I can shout out? Yeah, the only other channel playing Dwarf Fortress right now is that Twitch Plays Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode bot, which is kind of a neat thing, actually. So, there's that. All right, title should be updated. And we jump over.